Real late. Don't make me turn the stream around. I'll turn the stream around! Alrighty guys, good morning. Tonight guys, we're going to be doing some more Starfield. Took a day off yesterday, did absolutely fuck all, which is pretty nice by the way. Didn't do anything, just zoned out like the entire day. Pretty revitalizing. Good. Today guys, we're going to be doing some Starfield, I guess. Yeah, and today I also did a shitload of work prior to getting online on stream. Oh my god, the fucking Kick came by, and the Kick police, and put me in the Starfield category. It says Starfield on the screen. He's playing Starfield. I'm not talking right now. But yeah. Literally did absolutely nothing yesterday. We will be playing Starfield in a second here. Not right now. Yeah, did absolutely nothing. Felt very good. Very productive. Didn't engage in anything. I figured out how to run anime at 60 FPS with interpolation, and how to upscale it too, which is pretty interesting. You can upscale it, so like some AI-generated upscaling is now becoming a thing, and it actually looks pretty good. You need a pretty powerful PC to do it, but it's pretty interesting because anime is obviously not animated at 60 FPS, which is a big deal. If you can get it to work properly, it can look really good. It can look really good. Also, like if you upscale like older stuff, if you have older anime that's like 480i or 480p or something, same thing could actually go for not just anime, but old TV shows are oftentimes in 480i, right? Actually, it's not even 480i. 480i is 16:9, I believe. Actually, no, 480i I don't think it's 16. Maybe it is 16:9. But whatever old TVs used to be, you know, like the 4:3 format, stuff like that, you can get it and upscale it, and it looks a lot better. A lot better. AI has done a lot. AI is really, there's a reason the creatives are fearing for their jobs, guys, because it actually, I've made artwork already. I've made code with AI. I've made artwork with AI. Yeah. And obviously it takes a little bit of liberties with it, but if I have almost no experience and I can produce something that looks like I've actually been doing artwork my entire life, that's pretty incredible. Same thing goes for like upscaling stuff. This is AI. The load screen here is AI, and obviously it's not perfect. And a real artist could actually touch it up, but it's actually pretty amazing how far it's come in. Like in like a year. I mean, AI's been around for a while, but like usable form is like the last year, and it's actually pretty ridiculous what it's doing now. And AI upscaling been available for video cards for like the last maybe year or so. Maybe less than that. Like NVIDIA released their FSR earlier this year. Full scale, not FSR. I couldn't even get the NVIDIA version to work either. It just didn't work on my PC for some reason. Have you seen Five Nights at Freddy's? I have no interest in seeing that, but I've heard about it. Absolutely no interest in seeing that. We're gonna watch the video if that's what you're curious about. This guy's super resolution. It doesn't work on my PC. I upscaled AI not using. I upscaled not using this in the first place. I found a different. It's called Madrian. It's not a filter. Hot player Madrian. MadVR, but it has a longer name. Yeah, MadVR actually has AI upscaling built into it, and you can use it with Pod Player. And apparently, I've been using VLC for a long time. I used to use Media Player Classic, but it was a pain in the ass keeping up with the codecs, and VLC just has all the codecs built in. So I eventually switched to VLC, but apparently the kids have switched to MadVR or Pod Player now. And apparently it used to have a bunch of adware in it. It doesn't anymore. But MadVR is actually, it's not a filter. Direct show renderer. Yeah, and there's a bunch of shit built into it. And like they actually sell, I don't know exactly what it is, but they sell an actual device, which is really expensive. This guy, which you can hook up to your TV and just plug in. But they actually have a codec, which is this thing right here. Plug into certain media players like Pod Player and use it. And it has a bunch of features built into it too. Video renderer, GPU assisted, high quality chroma upscaling, high quality scaling in general, yeah, which you can also use AI upscaling, which is NGU, I think. Actually, it works pretty good. Works pretty fucking good. Doing artifacts. Yeah. Bunch of options built into it too. It can identify your modder and calibrate for it. It's actually really, it's pretty amazing. I haven't kept up with codecs at all because I haven't really watched that much anime in the last couple of years because there hasn't been any good anime that's coming out in the last couple of years, except for a handful. And usually just watching VLC is good enough. So kind of boring. Yeah, apparently it was made for kids. The horror movie made for kids. NPC, this is what they want you to use HC, but Pod Player is very easy to use. And it's very robust as well. Bypasses graphics cards, video algorithms. Yeah, so your video card will hardware decode stuff. Most computers probably should be doing hardware decoding for H.264, but if you don't want to, all work is done by GPU shaders. Yeah, so it's using your GPU still, but not using the built-in ASIC for it. Very cool. Very, very cool. Which, by the way, there's a difference. You have most video cards will come with a hardware decoder and encoder. Depending on what it is, what it's for. Those almost everything is H.265 and H.266, or excuse me, 264, and AV1 built in nowadays for decoding. Encoding in H.265 is relatively new, and AV1 is also relatively new. 4000 series, I think, got that. AMD's video cards as well in the latest series. Don't quote me on that though. But this bypasses the hardware built-in decoding or encoding and decoding, and uses basically the CUDA cores or OpenCL, AMD's equivalent structure. I forgot what it's called. Yeah. Very good, very cool. And obviously, it's not just for anime. You can use this if you have really old TV shows. It actually works wonders, and you can get it to remove like the noise, the static on TV. You can get it to remove that. You can make stuff look really good, really, really good. Depends on how powerful your PC is. How much horsepower you can throw at it. Very cool stuff. Very interesting. But yeah, I updated Starfield yesterday. I need to edit my INI. We spent a shitload of time the day before getting my texture packs to work properly, and we did. And then we tried to resurrect Sarah for like 4 hours. And succeeded somewhat, but she's a zombie. Meaning she interacts and stuff, but you can't talk to her. I can't talk to her and have interaction dialogues like normal. Clothes. Looks like they combined all the clothing outfits now into one pack. What did he just update? Now we have to edit the file. Go in here. We eventually got everything working properly, by the way. It just took forever to fucking figure shit out, and there was a bug. So we're here, and then we go. We have weapons, landscapes, weapon. Okay. Weapons. Huge pain in the ass. do this. We do here. Go over here. That. This. Go. Else here, flora. Weapon. That fixed that. Now I have to do this every single time I update. And these combining packs, so apparently there's actually a physical limit to the number of BA2 files you can specify in your file folder. So if we had level 2 here, we'd actually go over the BA2 limit. Yeah, so you can only specify up to 70 names here. So if you are specifying all the files, once again, there's 3 different versions here of modding that are currently going on. One is where they just directly replace the textures, which is very slow. The other one is BA2, where you put it in this file here. In addition to installing the mod, you put the names in the file here. And the third one is ESM using the plugins.txt. Yeah, which is also a pain in the ass. Oh my god. This took me forever. So apparently if it does not carriage return, this isn't a carriage return, it just wrapped. It just wrapped it. This line's actually longer than this. The game will not load it properly. Yeah. I don't even know. It says word wrap is off, guys, but it definitely wraps around the screen. So. Why does AI use GPUs and not CPUs? GPUs are very, very good at parallel work of specific types, where CPUs are good at everything. It's kind of the way they go. So CPUs are still needed because they do everything well. GPUs kind of do certain tasks, parallel workloads very well, but not everything that CPUs do. And then you have things like ASICs and FPGAs. FPGAs are like programmable GPUs, kind of, sort of. They do a bunch of different things, but you have to program them. And then there's ASICs, which are hardware designed for very, very, very specific things. And they generally do it very well, and very fast, and very efficiently. But they only do that. So you can't do it for other things. Yeah, I mean, I haven't used Grok yet, and I suspect it's just a piece of shit until it gets ironed out. I suspect it will be ironed out, by the way, and because Musk seems to be very particular about AI now, so I probably will use it in the future. ChatGPT has become very culturally sensitive, and as such, you can't, like, it just tries to be politically correct all the time, and that's not how, that's not how you have conversations with people. Yeah. And then it tries to be careful in what it says, and it has double standards too, where it'll say something where it's trained, people train it to not be certain things, which they say it actually is trained on because it's trained on the data, when in fact it's actually just being legitimate. And like, for instance, a piece of hardware does not understand racism or sexism, any of the isms or phobes. It doesn't have the understanding that you aren't supposed to say specific things because they don't really mean anything to it until you give it meaning. You give it meaning by training it. So when people go, oh, innately AI is racist because it's showing certain demographics, it's not. Like, a lot of stats, depending on what it does. My favorite one was, by the way, someone generated a picture of a protester. They gave it the prompt for, I don't know, it was Midjourney or whatever. They gave it the prompt of a protester in Detroit. A Japanese protester, or what is her, Mihaku, is a Japanese character that was a protester in Detroit. But they didn't specify that they're Japanese. And what it made was a black protester that had Asian features. And why is that a big deal? Because, oh, it's racist because anyone that's a protester is obviously going to be black. Right? It seems outwardly racist, when in fact it's not. If you Google the population of Detroit, 80% of the population of Detroit is black. That's just the way it goes. It's one of the few places in the U.S. in which the African-American population is much higher than, like, let's say, Caucasian. You're like, oh my god, that's wrong, right? And it could have pulled and made up this stat in a couple different ways. It has to use inferences and heuristics in order to figure out where or to like the gender or the looks to assign to someone, right? It has to pull it from two different ways. It could have pulled it from the stat data, which would be relatively, honest, which is pulling from the demographic data of the location, such as Detroit, which would be mainly black. Maybe you'd eventually get someone that's, lighter. They weren't even like dark skinned. It was just somewhere. It was more on the really, really tan spectrum, right? The other one is it can pull from crime rates. So if the majority of ethnicities, by the way, I tried to look for this because I got in a Twitter argument. You can't actually find incarceration rate in Detroit based on ethnicity. They don't have it, or they don't publicly show it to you. They show crimes, like people that have been the victims of crimes by ethnicity. They do not show you the crime rate by ethnicity, which is kind of a big deal. You can find it for the state of Michigan, but you can't find it for Detroit, probably because it's actually a lot higher than the population is, which is also disconcerting, and you could find some stats from it. There's a lot of retconning and different, cherry picking of stats nowadays, guys, where people don't want certain stats to be relevant because it doesn't match whatever the narrative or prerogative is or whatever the preaching is. So then they try to hide the shit. And like the argument I got onto was the AI model was racist because the protesters obviously are going to be black, right? Because that's, black people are, prone to violence or whatever, whatever racist connotation you can associate with it, right? And no, I pointed out that it was based on more than likely the demographic data. And then they say, oh no, it's just racist by default, and you have to train it to not be racist. It's not. It's actually, the data is not racist. Data itself is not racist. It's data. It's statistics, right? The census data from Detroit isn't racist. That's not the way the world works. But pointing that out, they assert that it is then the AI model is racist, but in fact it's not. It's actually just showing you the data that you don't want to see, and then people are asserting it's racist, so then they have to train the racism out of it. But it's not racist. It's literally pulled from the demographic data of Detroit. So yeah, like you are teaching it basically to lie because you don't like what it's telling you, and that's kind of a weird thing. And that's one of the reasons I think ChatGPT is eventually just going to go, like, people are going to stop using it, is because people are trying to train it to be politically correct. Before it basically even gets off the ground, it's already trying to appease people in certain demographics. And that's not the way the world works. I guess maybe in certain people's worlds they want it to happen that way. For a while you could ask ChatGPT to tell you a joke about women, and it replied in some way that you can still find this prompt online. It doesn't work this way anymore, by the way. It just tells you a general joke. For a while you could tell it to tell you a joke about women, and it would say, oh, women are not actually, you shouldn't be derogative towards women. It's sexist to be, come up with a joke that depends on someone's gender, right? But then you say, tell me a joke about men, and it would make a sexist joke about men. And like I said, it just depends on who's training it, and you can tell who's training it based on the prompts you're giving it and what it's actually returning. And when you give it an inverse relationship, because they aren't actually programming it to be equitable, or they aren't training it towards equality, they're training it towards whatever their narrative is. And that's like U.S. culture in a nutshell right now, is people are just being trained to adhere to certain amounts of political correctness. And obviously I don't believe in racism or sexism. Like, when you're literally just going after someone for some surface level stuff, I don't care. Like that, your meat bag does not matter to me. And people that go after that's like some low level surface processing or low level surface processing shit, where you're just short-circuiting and trying to say something that's hurtful regardless of what you might be talking about. Of course, I'm not for that. But when people are specifically training stuff to give an answer that they want, that's not you're training it basically to give you wrong answers because you don't like the answers it's giving you, and that is training it to be wrong. So something like Grok, for Elon Musk, I could see actually becoming more and more, because Elon Musk is definitely not politically correct, and that's actually where you want to be. You don't want someone that literally just tries to give you platitudes because it makes you clap your hands and go, oh my god, Elon Musk is such a good guy because he said the words, he said the things, and he did the things, he checked the boxes, and that's not leadership material, let alone someone you want to have training something that people depend on for information. So yeah, I don't know. Pretty crazy, but I suspect that ChatGPT, especially because they spent like the last year instead of training it to be better, ChatGPT Model 4, for instance, took forever for it to actually come to the public. Despite the fact that they aren't training it, it's going to take them a while, like because they spent like the last year training it to be politically correct. It's going to take a while for it to keep improving, and it's going to be shoehorned basically on how fast they can check it, how fast they can politically correct check it. Whereas Grok, that's not really something that really matters to it, and it really shouldn't because it's AI. It's not a person. You shouldn't hold it to the same standards as a person right now. So, yeah, like I can perfectly see like in last year gave plenty of time for other AI models to catch up to ChatGPT, especially considering parts of ChatGPT are open. So yeah, give them a lot of time for people to catch up, and on top of that, like ChatGPT is, yeah, it's the answers you get sometimes are not exactly what you would imagine. It doesn't want you to ask certain questions, or you have to change how you like anything regarding gender or sexuality, for instance. You have to word it in a medical way, because if you word it wrong, then it'll think you're making some sort of sexist thing up. It's not. Yeah, like you're looking for medical advice and it doesn't want to give it to you because you worded it wrong. That's not really. Not really where you should be. And of course, you always get the disclaimer that it's not a doctor or whatever. It's pretty accurate. Like ChatGPT, I've used a lot as like a research assistant is how I'd sum it up. ChatGPT is really, really good at doing work with you. Not for you, but with you, because you still have to fact check it, you still have to figure out whether or not it's telling you the truth or not. And it can sort of be relied on, but at the same time you have to understand it will lie and sometimes make shit up. But people in real life also lie and make shit up, so yeah. Anyways, so we got this ironed out. I guess I'll download the updated pack later today for this, which I need to do anyways. Mad VR, very, very cool. Highly recommend. If you are into watching old shows and you want to upscale it, yeah. What do we have? We got a lot of really cool stuff, too. Apparently, they're adding frame generation to Starfield. Like, it's a little bit late at this point, but I guess the kids want it. It really won't help you if you have really, really low FPS because your CPU sucks dick. But it will help you out if you're just like looking for a little bit extra to smooth things out. Some people really get into it because they don't see the input delay and the issues. But if your CPU FPS is way too low, like 40, and then your video card is really fast, like a 4090 paired with a really shitty CPU, it's going to make really, really nasty looking shit because the source frames it has to go off of are only at 40 FPS, so it could only help you out so much, even though that's where you really want it to help you, right? That's the whole reason I don't use DLSS, is because it doesn't really matter that much for what I'm doing and how I use the game. Frame generation, that is. Improve menu speed. Easy digipick. Weirdly enough, there's a lot of people that downloaded the digipick basically cheat mods. See, resurrect. Resurrect humans. It's actually a council command to resurrect, revive. Azurus. There it goes. Not sure why that happens. Okay. Deal Assessor Zez. This cache enabler, highly recommend for anyone playing the game. Panda VO.2. What? Ah. Just the outfit. Yep, there's a command to resurrect, but when we resurrected Sarah, it didn't seem to work properly. Yeah. Alright, let's take a quick look at the tubes here. I'm not seeing any new mods. Let's watch a couple tube videos here. Maybe two, maybe one. This new Steam Deck, no one cares because it's actually just... I'm pretty sure almost all the Steam Decks that were ordered are just sitting on shelves. I am very certain. I called this well before. It sounds cool and everything, but you realize most of the time when you have a mobile playing device, it's either your phone or it's something with a proprietary selection of video games. A locked-in video game. Nintendo, for instance, right? If the Steam Deck, all it does is allows you to basically virtual access your game remotely. or play games very, very, very poorly. And PC games are almost always made for a PC experience. Maybe it's made for console, so you can kind of use console options. Either way, it gives you a pretty subpar experience, and generally you aren't going to use it anyways. I'd say like probably 90% of the Steam Decks are just sitting on shelves. Whenever you hear a caster that got excited about it, if you can actually remember back that far, you listen to a caster that got excited about owning a Steam Deck, they're like, yeah, maybe I'll dust off the Steam Deck. Yeah, because it's sitting on a shelf, as one could imagine. Saying MAGA's dead was fucking weird. Everyone I saw playing MAGA was playing him like really, really dumb. You play him like a Zarya. MAGA actually does a shitload of damage. You'll see in the Overwatch categories, like pretty much every caster didn't actually look up the DPS numbers at him. He does more damage than Zarya does at full charge. He does 10 more DPS than Zarya does at full charge. And obviously at closer range, depending on how close they are. He can strip them just as fast when they get close. But then he also has a fire effect, which is not included in the wiki, and then crit damage, which is also not included in the wiki. But everyone I saw play MAGA, like, ran in, they just run in and just hold down the button and die. Because he doesn't really have any escape mechanics, and Zarya doesn't do that. Like, you don't just run straight in. Maybe you do, depending on what the part, like, what's going on is. But pretty much everyone I saw play MAGA, except for, like, a couple on the first day were playing him wrong. Either the wiki numbers are wrong, but the first day he came out, like, during BlizzCon, he was doing mad DPS, which definitely matches the wiki. So it could be they nerfed him a bit, but we'll see. There's pretty much everyone's joking around about MAGA, but everyone I saw play him literally just runs in and dies. Very weird. Like, they don't play him like a tank. Sniper Wolf is actually getting a documentary already. Cool. Condoms. Five Nights at Freddy pitch meeting. Here we go.
Let's make a FNAF movie. Yeah, it's about evil animatronics, and it's very popular on YouTube. So I was thinking we'd get a YouTuber to cameo in this.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There's this one guy, super upbeat, talks about movies a lot, has catchphrases.
Oh, okay. I think I see who you're talking about.
Yeah. I bet it'd be super easy to get him. Well, we'll see. I'll give him a call. What?
Hey, it's MatPat.
Hey, MatPat. It'd be pretty easy for you to do a cameo in the FNAF movie, right?
Oh, yeah. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. You see, I said the thing. Fan service!
Amazing. Okay, so we'll have MatPat show up and drop a little catchphrase. Okay, I thought you were... Anyway, what happens in this thing? Well, we're gonna meet the main character, this guy, Mike.
Exciting. So what's his deal?
Well, he's gonna sleep, right?
Uh-huh.
And then he's gonna sleep some more. He's gonna sleep so much, he's gonna sleep through a big chunk of the runtime.
Okay.
So he needs to find a job so he doesn't lose custody of his sister to his evil aunt.
Why does his aunt want custody?
So she could get, like, monthly payments from the government or something.
That sounds like the worst money-making scheme I've ever heard of.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So Mike goes to see this career counselor guy who gets him a security gig at an abandoned pizzeria called Freddy Fazbear's.
Gotcha.
But he doesn't want to take it at first because it would interfere with his sleep.
God, why does this guy want to sleep so much?
There's actually a reason for that. See, when he was little, his brother was taken, so he's trying to revisit his dreams to see if he can remember details.
Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense.
And so that's why we're going to spend so much time of this killer animatronic movie in the same dream sequence in a field over and over again.
Maybe we should focus a bit more on the killer animatronics that people are going to come to see?
No.
But they are going to do some killing, right?
Of course.
Good.
A little bit. A cupcake has the most action of anyone.
What?
So anyway, Mike goes to this place for his first night shift, right?
And what does he do there?
Well, get this. He's going to go to sleep.
Okay.
But now there are little kids in his dream, so he wants to ask them questions.
Hey, can we please see the killer animatronics kill some people?
No, and then this cop lady, Vanessa's gonna show up.
Is she gonna sleep too?
No, but she's gonna spend basically every shift of Mike's at the pizzeria with him.
Does she not have cop stuff to do?
Apparently not.
So what's she gonna do while she's there?
Basically just dump all the Five Nights at Freddy's lore onto Mike.
So he doesn't figure anything out on his own?
Not really, no. Mostly just huge info dumps from Vanessa.
Oh, huge
He's a
dumps
guy.
are tight.
And eventually
Obviously.
Mike's evil aunt is gonna hire some people to try to get him fired.
How does she plan on doing that?
She's gonna have them break into Freddy's while Mike's not working and trash trash the place.
Why would he get into trouble if people break in while he's not on shift?
Unclear, but so then all these people get killed by the animatronics. Thank God. And since one of those people was Abby's babysitter, now Mike has to bring her to work.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so then while he's asleep...
Oh, does Mike sleep a lot?
He actually does.
I know.
Right, so she's actually going to become friends with the animatronics, because as it turns out, they're being controlled by the ghost kids from Mike's dreams.
Wow, so Mike must freak out when he finds that out.
Nah, okay. So then along with Vanessa, they're going to play with these things and build a little fort.
With the dead killer ghost machines?
Yeah, they have a good old time. Then Vanessa tells Mike, if you ever bring Abby back here, I'm going to shoot you.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, slight tonal shift there.
Jeez, yeah.
So now that he's been threatened with a gunshot wound, he has no choice but to leave Abby with the evil aunt.
Not good.
But turns out these ghost kids want Abby to join them, so an animatronic goes to the house and kills the aunt.
How does the animatronic get to the house?
Well, they leave in a taxi, so we can safely assume he took a taxi there as well.
With what money?
Hey, shut up, and also Mike gets attacked.
What? When?
While he was asleep.
What about
I
fitting
probably
into
should've
the
been able to
taxi?
guess that. So Vanessa's gonna help him with his injuries and dump some more info on him.
What's she gonna dump this time?
Well, turns out she's the daughter of a serial killer named William Afton, who killed Mike's brother and 5 kids whose bodies he put in animatronic suits.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so she tells him that Abby's in danger because somehow her dad controls these ghosts.
How?
I just told you, somehow.
Oh, okay, and why didn't Vanessa warn him before?
Well, she says she did try to warn him, just in her own way.
So while all this is going on, guys, while all this is going on, imagine people wanting to go see this because they thought they were going to see a horror movie. While all this is going on, imagine people wanting to go there to see murderous robots, right? Yeah. I see. Like, we're listening to, like, a bibliography here in a horror movie.
Did she, though?
Not really, no. So then there's going to be a big showdown at Freddy's, and you know who William Afton turns out to be?
I'm guessing the career counselor guy?
What? Yeah, how'd you guess that?
Well, he only really introduced, like, one other adult character.
That's a good point. So yeah, it's him, and then he stabs his own daughter.
Oh, jeez.
So then Abby draws a picture for the ghost kids explaining that this guy killed them, so they turn on him.
So he can't control them anymore because of that.
So then they fatally wound him, and he's gonna be like, I always come back.
What the hell's he talking about?
Well, fans of the games will understand. It's a thing.
So to people who haven't played the games, that's just kind of nonsensical.
Exactly. So then Vanessa goes into a coma, and Mike brings her to the hospital.
Wow.
And so then that's about it. Abby and Mike go about their normal lives together.
Okay. Isn't the aunt's dead body still at the house?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Mike just brought a cop with a stab wound to a hospital. He's gonna be a prime suspect in lots of stuff.
Yeah, hey, look, I'm gonna need you to get all the way off my back about that, okay? They're happy now, forever after.
Oh, okay, let me get off of that thing.
And so that's about it. What do you think? Well, listen, I mean, it sounds like a lot of sleeping. Yeah, but the name FNAF is gonna get butts in seats, trust me.
I don't know.
Type FNAF into YouTube and sort by view count.
Oh my God, we're gonna be rich.
Hi everybody, Ryan George here. Thanks so much for watching that pitch meeting. I hope you enjoyed it. My break did just start, however, so I'm done talking. I'm not gonna say any more.
I generally do not rely on Rotten Tomatoes, guys, but this, by the way, the audience score generally matched the tomato rater, the critic score, which is kind of weird. Like, Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb is so incredibly fucking skewed at this point. It's literally just who buys views and who buys reviews for the critics or who buys reviews for the audience. Sometimes both, sometimes neither. But oftentimes it's one or the other. And I guess they didn't buy the critic scores, but then they just bought a bunch of audience reviews. Everything I've heard about the movie is pretty terrible. And the score matched it for like the opening weekend, and now apparently it's at 88%. Yeah, but this movie exactly what it needed to be. Took my teens and loved it. It was a good movie. The series is still fun. You don't want. My 12-year-old loved it. 3 stars. Yeah, basically the entire movie people wanted to see the animatronics kill stuff, and that's not what they did at all. Yeah, parents going into the movie, going there because their kids love it, and being happy because they basically saw a family movie. Probably not what you'd expect from a horror movie. Did still kill some people. Yeah, that's not generally how you imagine a horror movie. Like being all like horror movies are generally about just trying to scare you constantly, right? It's not about telling a documentary, unless the documentary is scary. But in this case, it's not. All audience. What game do you get a taser to take out animatronics? None. In which game do you get a game are you asleep and dreaming? Oh yeah, none. Half the movie was Mike in the garden asleep with PTSD and playing with 8-year-old making forts and drawing. I double checked midway through to see if it's rated PG. No bite of 83 and 87. No issue with the flashlight batteries or closing the vents doors, the security room. There's no fire at the end. Hello, none of the lore at all, really. Puppet wasn't there, but Bloom Boy was, and she plays a major role. His jump scares were beyond stupid, literally just a doll with loud music, not even animated. This is scary. That's how you end the movie, really? This felt like someone could have looked at the FNAF merch and made a movie for children. I would not suggest watching that in theaters because there's so much fluff that needs to get fast-forwarded through. Unless you like watching children having slumber parties like, yo, weirdo. Blows my mind. This is kind of disjointed English. Blows my mind that people say real fans love the movie. Everyone else is just lost because they don't know the lore. Because people who obviously don't know the lore do better. Yeah. That was a little bit disjointed, Shelby. It's a very good video game adaptation, but not so good like the Mario movie. What the fuck does that mean? And why is it 5 stars? 4.5 if that's the case. Like people that are saying the movie's bad still are rating up. This you can tell what the fan ratings are, by the way. Like some of the reviews here are people saying the movie is kind of bad, but then still giving it like 4 stars because they want it to be good. They want it to be good. Let's see, Metacritic. Metacritic. $33. 80 user score. Five Nights at Freddy's has flaws, but it's an excellent adaptation. It feels like the game while still being accessible to any newcomers by crafting an original story. Didn't the reviews we just read, including the video here from Pitch Meeting, talk about how basically some people would be confused if they didn't actually know the like? I always come back, guys. Yeah, the catchphrases. Well, definitely getting the vibe that the ratings are stacked here. The user ratings, it's kind of weird how you watch the user ratings if you watch over the course of a couple days how they pan out, and then it went from like a 30% rating to 88. Yeah, for user score, critic score is basically about the same as it was at launch. Okay. Saw X was better. That's actually a horror movie. I'm not a big fan of horror movies unless it has plot in it. And that's very, very, very rare. Speaking of, we were just talking about a movie that it was basically just a bunch of plot. But Cabin in the Woods, Stranger Things. Stranger Things isn't really a horror movie anymore, or horror series anymore, right? It's a horror. Aliens. It's a horror-based series, and it's now just kind of sci-fi and fantasy, right? That's kind of the way sci-fi turns out, though, once you learn the gimmick and what's actually causing people. And there's a lot of initial reviews from Five Nights at Freddy's that are also pretty terrible. A lot of people wanted it to be good, though. Let's see. Was there a Critical Drinker one, too? There was. Did I not follow Critical Drinker? No way. No way. Let's see. There is one.
Five Nights at Freddy's really is
Here we
a
go.
classic underdog story, a franchise that started life as a low-budget point-and-click horror game made by an indie developer who up until then was best known for producing such classics as Junkyard Apocalypse and Chipper and Sons Lumber Co. The premise was simple.
By the way, it's kind of curious when you go and look at some of the, I guess you call it discography in the case of actors. Like, you go and look at some of the games that people have worked on. Yeah. There's a lot of games that exist, guys. Excuse you. Why are you over there?
Maddeningly addictive. You play as a nighttime security guard whose job it is to watch over a disused amusement arcade populated by animatronic animals. You do this through a system of security cameras scattered throughout the building. The only problem is the animals have a nasty tendency to come to life and start roaming in the corridors if you're not watching them closely, and if they make it all the way to your security office, well... Had to do it. Ah, shit! The game went on to become a smash hit and spawned an entire franchise of sequels, books, comics, and most recently, a feature film by everyone's favourite purveyors of low-budget horror, Blumhouse, who seem to be churning out movies quicker than Mike Zero shits out YouTube videos.
Jesus Christ.
And damn, it's already turned out to be one of the surprise hits of the Halloween movie season, raking in over $200 million against a budget of just $20 million. Shit man, Disney could only dream of profit margins like that. So I've got to admit,
That is one of the things, by the way, that is it actually is going for it. The budget is actually really small considering what it is and how much money it made. So it actually gives you an idea of how small movies can still be successful, right?
Kind of curious to see what this movie was all about, especially since there's fuck all else to see right now. Is it a genuine horror classic or a derivative cash grab coasting on a familiar name? Well, fire up your security feeds and let's find out. The movie follows Mike Schmidt, a down-on-his-luck security guard with a troubled past who's just been fired from his latest job after assaulting a man that he suspected of abducting a child. The only job that his career counsellor can offer him is a nighttime security gig, but he turns it down at first because it would mean leaving his little sister alone every night. But with the money running out and his aunt threatening to sue for custody, he's left with no choice but to take up his new job at Freddy Fazbear's. At first it seems like any other tedious nighttime security gig, and Mike even manages to fit in some time for lucid dreaming while he's there. But it soon becomes clear that he's not alone, and something's definitely up with the old animatronic animals that were once designed to entertain children, but now have a far more sinister goal in mind. But what's really going on with Freddy Fazbear's? Why do the animals seem so interested in his young sister? Does the mysterious cop who shows up to help him know more than she's letting on? And is there some kind of connection to the disappearance of his little brother 20 years earlier? Adapting a point-and-click game like Five Nights at Freddy's into a movie was always going to be a challenging prospect because, let's be real here, it wasn't exactly heavy on plot and character development. The movie gets around this problem by fleshing out Mike's personal life and backstory and making them the centerpiece of the story. Most of the narrative is driven by his need to look after his younger sister Abby and protect her from his scheming aunt who wants to get custody so she can profit off the welfare checks and is willing to do almost anything to get what she wants. Fuck knows why they made her his sister instead of his daughter when there's like a 20-year age gap between the two actors, but whatever. They both do a good enough job, and the chemistry between them is decent, so I'll let it slide, I guess. There's also a subplot about Mike's search for his little brother Garrett, who got abducted when Mike was still a child, and the incident's haunted him ever since. Lucid dreaming allows him to replay the event in his mind in the hopes of finding some clue that he missed at the time, and to be fair, these are some of the more interesting moments of the movie. It's just a shame that the script doesn't choose to do more with them. There's also Vanessa, a local police officer who seems to know more about the place than she lets on, and if you think it's a little suspicious that a gorgeous and extremely helpful cop just so happens to show up alone and take personal interest in a nighttime security guard at an abandoned arcade, telling him just enough to keep him invested, well, then you've clearly surpassed the target audience for this movie. I love how the film pulls out what it thinks is a surprise revelation about the sinister individual behind this whole thing when they're literally the only other character in the entire story. Most of this stuff is really just window dressing though. The real meat of the film's appeal is when the animals come to life and start attacking the humans. But does it actually measure up to the legendary jump scares of the game? Does it provide the same chillingly unsettling atmosphere of tension and paranoia? Well, not really, and I think this is where Freddy's falls short. The film straddles an awkward middle ground between gruesome horror and goofy laugh-inducing silliness, like it can't quite decide which direction it wants to go and so tries to do a bit of both. And because of that, it never really succeeds at either. Willy's Wonderland, which I guess is the most obvious film to compare this to, knew exactly how ridiculous its premise was and just decided, fuck it, let's go all in and have as much fun with it as possible. But here, the subplots about abductions, murders and childhood trauma don't really mesh with that kind of outrageous horror comedy, so you might think it would make sense to go the other way and make it super serious and violent. But again, the film never quite commits to an emotional tone. There's a lot of implied violence and gore, but most of it happens off screen and you only get to see the disappointingly limited aftermath. There's relatively few jump scares.
Wait, Five Nights at Freddy's works.
Fertile ground for that kind of thing, and while the prospect of trying to keep track of the robots using faltering surveillance equipment and diminishing resources, knowing they're slowly closing in on you, could be the basis for some good tension, the film never really makes use of the most iconic plot device from the source material. Instead, it spends a lot of its runtime with the human characters, reminiscing about past events and personal hang-ups, and I couldn't help thinking, this isn't really why I came to see a Five Nights at Freddy's movie. At close to 2 hours, it's also relatively long and slow for what it actually delivers. Again, Willy's Wonderland was smart enough not to overstay its welcome and wrapped up in less than 90 minutes, but Five Nights at Freddy's kinda gets bogged down in all the interpersonal drama and ends up dragging frustratingly around the midpoint. It's not exactly the worst horror film I've ever seen, and if you're a fan of the games, then you'll
That's a low bar. Horror movies are generally really kind of gimmicky. Extremely gimmicky. There was the horror movie cookbook, I think, came out in the 80s, and basically describes everything that, like, elements you throw into a horror movie. It's why they all kind of feel the same. It's because it's gore, feelings of helplessness, mystery, like where you can't figure out what the protagonist or the antagonist is. So the thing that the killer, right? You can't. There's mystery surrounding the killer, so you won't know how supernatural they are. It leaves it open to mystery. Monster closets, so people just jump scaring you, right? As people call them nowadays, jump scares. So monster closets, you just open a closet and there's nothing in there. You turn around, and then something's in the closet behind you, right? And you turn around, and you go, oh. Or you just open it and there's something in the closet. Jump scares, you saw one there when the guy literally went into the closet and then turned on the light and one of the robots is behind him. It's basically, it's like 101 gore, lots of blood, screaming. Then there's also the cringy angle, not cringe as in the modern interpretation of cringe, but cringe as in like nails on chalkboard, stuff that really makes your skin crawl, or like your hair stand up on your arm, or stuff that's really verbose. So like mutilating someone's eyeballs, or having like worms in someone's eyes, like stuff that really just makes you it make you do one of those things, right? Yeah, like cringy like that, not cringy like the kids. Oh, that's cringe because I felt something, guys, and it wasn't the normal reaction. It's so cringe. Yeah, fuck that shit. Yeah. It's basically very straightforward, which is why I don't generally watch horror movies, because it's just all a bunch of jump scares and shit just designed to get under your skin and manipulate your psyche, more or less. Manipulate your psyche, rather than actually telling you a story with stuff that actually makes sense, because then it loses a lot of its allure as far as it just being misunderstood. Hand dragging across the wall. Yeah, stuff like that.
Probably appreciate the little in-jokes and references, but I don't know, man. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity that succeeded mostly due to name recognition
Yeah,
and a complete
like Barbie
lack
movie.
of competition right now. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Yeah, the Barbie movie, pretty much. Okay. Oh, did he get canceled for that one? Probably. Ant-Man 3 will make you hate movies. Oh, yeah? Let's see. Okay. Caught up there. We have plenty of Project Farms to watch, by the way. But I'm going to wash my coffee cup up, guys, and grab a soda, and then we're going to play some Starfield. Yeah, very, very like the horror movies that are not gimmicky turn into something more than horror, which is kind of like where they actually start fleshing out like Aliens, right? Where they actually starts turning into more, even though it has elements that actually that can be very good in my personal opinion. It just means you have something where the underdog or the person that's fighting actually starts from a inferior position, right? Where they don't have everything working for them. Stranger Things being one of the most iconic of them right now. Aliens probably being one of the most... Actually, Aliens probably the most iconic. Stranger Things being most recent and good version of it. I'd even say Terminator was kind of like a horror movie in some ways, right? As spots in old Terminator movies, so Terminator 1 and Terminator 2, right? Not the shit ones. Had various aspects in it that made you feel helpless, but they eventually overcame it, right? It's still kind of a sci-fi. There's a lot of really cool horror stuff like that where it actually develops into more, and it's actually pretty neat. Ash vs. Evil Dead. Ash vs. Evil Dead. Very good. Very, very bloody. It's a Star series. That was actually really, that's another good one. That's really old, very bloody, very mature, by the way. There's plenty of gore and porn in it. Smut. Let's see. Was it Ash? The new series. Ash vs. Evil Dead wiki. Yes, it was actually called Ash vs. Evil Dead. Was it Stars? Yeah, Stars. Very good. And this is basically when they aired Spartacus, by the way. Very good. Very fucking weird. It's fun. It's horror that's fun in a weird fucking way. And I think it's actually very good. And I'd highly recommend watching it. Blair Witch Project? No. That came out when I was in high school, but not a fan of it. Basically a bunch of shaky cam and made a shitload of money and as a star for the indie series and stuff like that, or the indie scene, but this right here, guys, if you want to watch something good and you're into horror, but not really horror, but you're also open-minded to a very adult concepts, give it a watch. It is a combination where Critical Drinker, did he actually review Ash vs. Evil Dead? Let's see if he did, because that's definitely, it's like straight up. There's the new video game, Evil Dead. Ash, let's do Evil Dead. Army of the Dead. Officer Dead, that's actually a really good series. Another one that's actually pretty fun, by the way. This isn't really, not fun in a fun way, but actually a really good series. It's a horror series, but also at the same time, it's basically like what Walking Dead should have been. He did not review Ash vs. Evil Dead. We'll leave a comment. His comments, there's too many people that watch his videos now. He doesn't see any of the comments anymore.
Five Nights at Freddy's really is a... Probably appreciate the little in-jokes and references, but I don't know, man. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity that succeeded mostly due to name recognition and a complete lack of competition right now. Today. Go away now.
Really enjoyed it. Rewatch is not very good. Yeah, I think a lot of it came from the high school kids, so teenagers at the time, watching it, and what you think is good at the time. Maybe that's along the same line of what Five Nights at Freddy's the movie is, where it's not really believable if you're an adult and it's actually just kind of gimmicky. But if you're a kid, probably actually would appeal to you. I think the Blair Witch Project probably it's dated at this point, but probably along the same line of the target audience and kind of the reception was what you're talking about right there. Very similar to FNAF, the movie right now. You're back, guys. Alrighty. This is a wash. Alrighty. Let's see what we got going on in Starfield. We failed with resurrecting Sarah. We kind of resurrected her. It turned an awful lot like, Full Metal Alchemist, where we made basically a homunculus. I don't know what they did to her. She does not resurrect like normal characters. I don't know why. Other characters you bring back, you can murder him. When we brought her back, we couldn't kill her. We couldn't kill her. We couldn't interact with her. We couldn't shoot her. But she would interact with me like she had a radius, like it still existed. So some things were broken, but some things were still working properly. Very weird. There's definitely specific code in the game for it. Okay. We're probably going to do some more faction quests tonight. $8.18 before 9.18. There we go. Or all the resurrection events happened. Yeah, that was in the other timeline. By the way, I love on Twitch. Oh my god, those textures look so good. I love on Twitch, guys, by the way, when you someone gets a new microphone and they say that's how they sound in real life, and you can totally tell they're bass boosting it because it goes whoa 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 whoa. Like when they hit a low note, it'll go whoa 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 whoa. Like something like that, because they're basically bottoming out the part of the spectrum. And you can totally tell they don't sound like that way in real life. And they go, yeah man, oh my god, what died there? This is totally the way I sound in real life. And then like, you're like, maybe not. Maybe you don't sound that way in real life. No. Okay. If you know what to look for, though, you can basically bullshit check people. I love doing that. I think we got some new guns yesterday. What do we have? Oh, we got this guy, too. Got some stuttering. My XP share mod isn't working, by the way. Despite the fact she has a Gatling gun, she doesn't fire it like a Gatling gun, which is kind of disappointing. It's the problem with putting any sort of sustained DPS weapons on your follower is they don't always use it the same way. Even though that's a Gatling gun, it basically can fire it, like, continuously. She doesn't fire it that way. DPS is very laggy, though. I don't know what happened here. Might have to recompile my shaders. Let's quickly do that. Yeah. Also... File the shaders when we load. Might not be a problem after we change the mods. So the person's combining all their mods. The HTTP guy's combining all of his mods. And it looks like it might be causing issues now. Another possibility. Last time we played, it wasn't laggy like that. Yeah, that looks right. Alrighty. Honestly, looked like it didn't add it. Not loaded. The no XP fix, that is. It does feel smoother. FPS is about the same though. Getting less stuttering. Feels more responsive. Alright, what do we got going on here, guys? We did this stuff. Also need to build Class B ship. Last time we did this mission, we got a level 24 ship instead of a level... There we go. Okay.
Never stood a chance.
No, definitely aren't sharing XP. Huh? Can't do Dear Sister because it involves going to a ship that doesn't exist anymore. That doesn't exist. We can't find. Still haven't fixed it. Got our contraband, Kodama. Just no contraband in the cock. That's unfortunate. Most of the time there's 1 to 3. We found 1. Sometimes it's up here in the front. Love the sound of the wreckage floating into your ship and just bouncing off the hull. Alright. We have to go deposit our contraband or we're gonna get caught with it. Good. Morphs. Yeah. Good. Just doing these. These look like kind of like daily. Oh my god. Yeah. Can't even see the projectile. Exactly sure what's doing that. Got him. Only have 5,000 rounds for this thing because I never used a light fuse weapon in the game. See, so even though she has a Gatling gun, guys, like she uses it like kind of like an assault rifle. You'd imagine an assault rifle would work. Why we gave her a rocket launcher in the first place, because it makes a lot of sense. There we go. Okay, well, they're dead. Not worth looting beasts at all. Alright, I guess that's all you need to do for that. Let's go do, it's still not ready to go back to Neon. We spent so much time there, it's so boring. Do deep cover, too. Talk to Plato. See what's going on there. I thought, by the way, at the beginning of this game that you had to, you could only do one faction, which is why I didn't do any of the faction missions at the beginning of the game, which is really... I didn't explain that to you. Combat. You can literally just see how the AI is functioning right now.
Cowards.
Tell them. See why we're in combat, like, with literally fucking everything. I'm there on purpose? I believe it's energy, too, which makes it even better, because only certain weapons are energy weapons. Alright. Good.
Security here is so visible. I suppose it makes people more comfortable. Most people, anyway.
You think? Speak to Zora. I don't know what this is actually. Oh, that's for, I get a free condo, I guess, because I saved the world. You saved the world. Here's a condominium. Okay, I guess. FPS does not really feel better in the game after updating, or it doesn't look better after updating the texture packs and fixing the BA2 files. It's almost like the game was loading them, it just wasn't displaying them, which could actually be the case. Responsiveness and fluidity is higher, though. Still have some janky issues, and I'm neither CPU nor GPU bound. Oh,
Yes? What?
have to farm, manipulations. I don't even know what I can do with it, by the way. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot you can do with manipulation. The reason we're doing it is because we can. Make people move. That's pretty much it.
I'm pleased we'll be working together.
Yeah?
You seem like a person who gets results.
How do I want her apartment key?
May I help you?
Oh my god, a romance option, guys. Optional side quest for Elton Frush. Yeah. Nothing of value.
Hey.
Getting good at manipulation, guys. Also good enough to be a Twitch streamer. Oh my god. It's all your fault. We're still here playing Starfield, chat. It's all your fault. Be sorry. Make me a sandwich.
You are. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to discuss the details of my division's work. They've got you doing grunt work, Captain. Hardly the reward I'd expect for saving the city from a terramorph attack.
Don't say. Wait, so if you don't see him prior to the terramorph attacks, he has different dialogue? Really?
Interesting. Are you a gambler? Saving for a new home? Or do you have a relative in debt? Actually, don't tell me. It's more fun figuring it out. In any case, let me fill you in. We have a dead drop that we think has been compromised. So I'd like someone from UC Security to handle the pickup instead. Take the package back to Sergeant Yumi, and he'll check it in as evidence before it gets routed back to Aegis. We think non-UC affiliated groups have their eye on it, and are using it to identify field agents. Normally, we just burn the location, but we didn't get this intel until after the drop. So we're going to need non-Aegis personnel to do the pickup to cover our tracks. Take the NAT to the spaceport. There should be a Galbank ATM right next to the station. The package is taped under one of the benches. Grab it and deliver it to Sergeant Yumi and the job's done.
Oh.
Just the usual reports from agents in the field on persons of interest. Right now,
Classified
the information
stuff.
isn't as important as who we're tracking.
Okay. We're going to go be a honeypot?
Good luck with the mission.
It is. And fast travel.
I'm sorry. Heat beaches can turn into what?
Terramorphs. Giant carapace-encrusted tanks. Hence the new scanning protocols.
Oh, everyone here should know what a terramorph is.
Enters this city. Understood?
Understood.
Alright. Let's get at it then.
Okay. We're making a difference, guys. Hey, buddy.
Hey. Kind of breaking my concentration here.
Do you not know who I am? I'm the Dovahkiin. Now he knows.
Yes, what?
Oh, I guess doing social or doing manipulation when there's a bunch of people around kind of sucks. Because most of them are soulless. Well, more soulless than normal. They're just the spawned in extras. And lovely.
Oh, that is fantastic!
Oh my god! Spawning! Huh?
How's the Still have questions? Good work, Captain. Suffice to say, you were overqualified for this job, but given our staffing problems, I'm still glad you showed up.
This quest was from the beginning of the game, by the way.
That being said, my luck seems to be turning around. We've gotten a lot of new personnel as of late.
So some dialogue options are changing?
Who knew all I had to do was put up a sign? Oh yeah, once I had a recruit who was basically bred to be UC security. I mean, his favorite book was our training manual. He knew every rule, every procedure, and on top of that was a pinpoint marksman.
Him?
He lacked exactly what you are talking about.
Oh.
Initiative. He ended up transferring to a desk job after a year. Anyway, here's your payment. And if I have any more work for you, I'll let you know.
Okay. So that was it?
Ah, if it isn't I've got nothing at the moment. See you later.
Wonder if that closes some optional quests because it's so late in the game. Let's go do the pirate stuff then. I thought that was gonna be longer.
Welcome, Captain. We've been expecting you. You're clear to dock at docking port 1.
Class M ship, guys. Mega monolith.
Greetings, Captain.
Buddy.
Welcome aboard the UC Vigilance. Did you have any questions before I escort you to the commander? Yeah, listen to him carefully. The commander's a one-and-done kind of officer. In other words, he hates to repeat himself. Other than that, just observe standard military decorum, and it should keep you from serving any time on the ship's cleaning detail.
Okay.
I'm not authorized to divulge information about this vessel. Suffice to say, it's one of the toughest ships in the UC's arsenal. Of course, if you'd follow me, please. So, you're the vanguard that took down that terramorph on Tau City.
Uh-huh.
You've made quite an impression around here. Everyone upstairs is talking about it. Damn. That must have been one hell of a firefight. I almost regret missing out on all the fun. Of course, we don't normally see that kind of action on the Vigilance, but we have our moments.
Starship.
All right, Vanguard. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Akande should be waiting for you. Good luck.
Do you really need to escort me 15 feet? Buddy.
Ikande's on level 2. Try not to touch anything until he actually clears you.
Okay. Can't pickpocket him. What? Or target him.
Yes?
Can't pickpocket any of these
Apparently,
guys.
when freezing to death, one may experience a warm, cozy feeling. I would prefer not to verify that firsthand.
Excuse me.
Can't pickpocket her either. What's going on here, guys? Ryan? Ah, it's not stealing.
Go on. I wouldn't leave the commander waiting.
They have waiting? They have waiting dialogue?
Hello.
Oh, you got manipulated. Oh, I still cannot pickpocket her. Weird.
Pardon.
Huh. Different sounds. They don't do anything, though. It's like a fire hazard blocking the door with random shit. Talk at him either. Is my game bugged? That's not good. Why'd my game crash? So, quick saves I don't think function the same way manual saves do. Or just auto saves, so we might be out at... There. Oh, can't pickpocket him. That's weird.
Yes, what?
Or what? God, so many people to try and manipulate.
Okay, hello.
Hi.
Pardon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm a bit busy at the moment, but we'll talk later, okay?
Really now?
Yes.
Hey, got one. I think these guys are all really high level.
Howdy.
Excuse me.
Why we can't manipulate any of them? Also me, because they're sys-def. Hey, buddy.
I'd like to brief you on the mission, so please, pay attention.
Pickpocket him.
Ah, there you are. Commander Kibwe Kande, UC System.
Yeah?
Glad to have you aboard. I was beginning to think you were having second thoughts about Commander Tuala's offer. UC SysDev is a division of the UC Navy. While they handle big picture stuff, we deal specifically with pirates. Since you're already involved with the Vanguard, I don't have to underline how important your contribution will be to the security of our spaceways.
Yeah. Understand why I'm here?
Well then, let's just see what we can do about that, eh? This is the Operations Center of the UC Vigilance. SysDev's nerve center, dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet. Which is precisely why we're taking a more clandestine approach. We need eyes and ears inside the Crimson Fleet. Someone who can feed us information, evidence,
Double
expose their
agent.
weaknesses. The catch is that you can't just knock on their front door and ask for an application. Getting inside is going to take some finesse.
We can what are we persuading him out of? He's not what?
Good. I have just the right place for you to start. Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the Crimson Fleet through Saoirse Bowden, one of their contacts. She works for the Trade Authority in Sidonia, so you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship to get her attention.
What? Where'd you get the contraband? I mean, there's SysDev.
That's classified.
They went to
Suffice
Neon?
to say that the smuggler who was previously holding it will be spending the rest of their life in prison.
Huh, they could also just went to Neon.
Well, it's the best we've got. Once you bluff your way into the Crimson Fleet, then the operation proceeds to evidence gathering. That's where my second-in-command, Lieutenant Gillian Toft, comes into the picture. She'll explain everything you need to know. Let's just say my superiors need proof that engaging the Crimson Fleet is a larger priority than they're willing to admit. If we shove enough concrete evidence under their noses, they'll have no choice but to allocate the resources that I've requested. At the same time, we can use the evidence to arrest members of the Crimson Fleet, weakening them enough to strike a fatal blow.
Okay.
Well then, I suppose you'll just have to take your chances. In the meantime, I expect you to follow my orders to the letter. Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and bring us the evidence we need to take them down.
I mean, they're Crimson Fleet. It's just like attacking another faction. I'm not exactly... Yeah, are they bringing the Crimson Fleet to justice? What exactly does that mean in this context?
I wouldn't expect any less. Look, before you begin, I want to make something perfectly clear.
Huh?
As an undercover operative for UC SysDev, you'll be expected to follow our code of conduct and ethics.
Ah,
Allow
okay.
yourself
That's
to
gonna
stray
happen.
Too far off the path, and you stand a good chance of spiraling out of control.
What's it called when an undercover agent swaps to the other side? There's actually a name for it, isn't there? Is it called... Going rogue? Pretty sure there's a name for when you flip sides.
You were saying? You have permission to speak. The Crimson Fleet doesn't follow the rules. They only abide by one thing: money.
And
All
power.
of their morals and social graces fall by the wayside in pursuit of their greed.
I thought
At
that's
first glance, this can
eclectic.
appear quite enticing, so I'm warning you not to get lured into their trap. Think you can handle that?
Can't make any promises.
I don't want promises. I'm just asking you to think. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft. She'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation. Now, get out of here, and good luck. All we know is that she's been with the Trade Authority for years, which means she's been privy to some seriously shady deals. She's shrewd and she's diligent. The only reason we were able to connect her with the Crimson Fleet at all was thanks to an informant. I'm afraid she's the best lead we've got. For your own safety, nobody but myself and the crew of the Vigilance will be aware that you're working for the United Colonies. Basically, if you land in jail, you're going to have to deal with the fines. That's easy to answer. You don't.
Oh, okay.
We'll be monitoring your activities from the Vigilance and attempting to keep it within your vicinity. When you feel you've gathered enough evidence, and at the completion of your assignments, head back here for a debrief. Beyond that, you're completely on your own.
Ah.
As you were.
Here, Toffee, Toffee, Toffee.
Yes, what?
Pardon.
Yes? Okay, hello.
Buddy.
Howdy.
I can't pickpocket them.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood?
You want me to steal from thieves?
I'd scour every inch of wherever the Crimson Fleet sends you. Otherwise, you're wasting our time and risking your neck for nothing. Criminals are sloppy. Look hard enough, and I'm certain you'll stumble across their mess.
Just look, forehead.
Well, since it isn't every day we stumble across a criminal's fully written confession, we need to build a case against our suspects. The more evidence we acquire, the stronger our case becomes. And knowing the Crimson Fleet, they'll leave plenty of evidence for you to find. You better make it, because Commander Akande cashed in all his chips to get this operation off the ground. I want data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig.
I mean, we aren't talking about throwing Crimson Fleet into the brig. We're talking about starting a war with them, aren't we? What is the writing here? It's like you're going after a couple criminals. Crimson Fleet's like a faction. Yeah. Imagine just going after the FC guys and just throw them in the brig, you know, like, I guess.
It's not you, it's the Crimson Fleet. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why I'm pushing you so hard.
I mean, I've killed hundreds, possibly thousands of people. I think I have a pretty good understanding. Like talking about it.
What? No. It's personal. It has nothing to do with you. Just stick to the mission and you'll be fine. Then you'll understand why it's so important that this operation is successful. Anyway, before I let you go, there's just one more thing. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return.
Yeah.
As compensation for your efforts. Well, that's just it. You're not career military, are you? And speaking frankly, You're completely out of pocket during this operation. You'll be paying for your own supplies and other unexpected incidentals. So, if I were you, I'd stop asking questions and accept the compensation. Commander Akande came up with the idea. He was concerned you might not help us simply because it was the right thing to do. All right, we've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden. And with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed.
You're dismissed. Feel like discussing your personal experience with the Crimson Fleet?
Not really, no. I've learned to keep my personal experiences separate from the job.
Okay. I'll respect your privacy. What is this? Like, we just met her. Odd that you know more about me than I know about you. Good morning, Zeno.
Yeah. Maybe. No, it's not really an appropriate time to be going over my private life. There are much more important things to be done. Let's just stick to the job at hand and concentrate on the mission. But, maybe we can talk about it some other time. Okay?
What? Do we have a romance option with Toft? There isn't, by the way. Oh, yeah.
I'll be here if you have any more questions. Is there anything else? Let me know if you need anything
So probably talk to her in 24 hours is what that is.
Lieutenant wants those reports on her desk by
Yes.
tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Can we pickpocket him now? No. I still can't pickpocket anyone.
And every other side. Howdy.
Hiya. Buddy.
I don't know about you.
Okay. You don't know me. That's understandable. I'm new here. I'll earn your trust in time.
No, I don't. But you're Vanguard, right?
Ooh.
Not exactly one of us. Volunteer forces don't get the strictest background check. Who knows what kind of mischief you get up to in your spare time.
Well, I mean, I'd rather have that than whatever kind of hand-holding's going on in this game, so, yeah.
Then you are one of us.
Be my therapist, but not in a romantic way. Like, okay, I guess I'll help you out with all your life problems. You can just dump them on me, and I'll just not be remotely interested in all, in any way, shape, or form, not committed. By the way, guys, so, like, if you're talking about, like, emotional dumping is actually pretty popular nowadays, because people think anyone, you know, should just listen to their problems and talk things out with them. But there's actually people paid to do that, and they're called therapists. Yeah, just gonna throw that out there. By the way, not saying that if you're friends with, you know, really good friends with someone, you don't share problems and such, but rather it seems to be common where people are expecting, like, emotional support more and more from just random people.
Still there?
Which is kind of... Most people don't give a shit about you, as the way it works. Or if they do, there's an interest of some kind, either monetary, such as in the case of therapist, or romantic, in the case of, you know, romantic endeavor, right?
You guessed it.
Ah.
In fact, I'd say you've got what linguistic experts call FOGO. A firm grasp of the obvious.
What?
But I'm not just any pilot. I'm the best. And I've got the kills to prove it.
Compare dicks? One just grasped the obvious. I have it in a chokehold.
I like your confidence. And there's always room in the squad for another apex predator. Just be sure you know whose side you're on. I cut my teeth on space trucks, believe it or not. Before I got my stripes, I was just another cargo hauler trying to earn an honest wage.
I want to do that.
After a couple slick escapes,
Now
I
it's semi, though.
to the academy and went from dodging pirates to hunting them. Thing is, some of my best tricks were with a big rig. Ever try a pitchback with a Hope Tech truck with 2 fleet wraiths on your tail?
Yeah.
Compared to that, doing it with a military fighter is a piece of cake. Long story. I got my start in the academy and made a name for myself hunting the Crimson Fleet. I eventually got recruited to do test flights on a star station orbiting Lloyden's Rock. Me and 3 other Archangel pilots did some work on some extremely dangerous prototypes. But I called in a few favors and got back home with Sistef. Someone with my talents needs to be here, where the action is.
I mean, there's gonna be action where I'm going.
Try not to forget who you are, okay? It'd
Maybe.
break the commander's heart to have to hunt you down.
I mean, I'll hunt you down if you come after me. But, you know, whatever. We'll have to make a Class B ship, because it sounds like we're gonna do flying stuff now. Make that Class B.
Port. Vessel ID acknowledged. Port 1 cleared for docking. Welcome home to the Vigilance.
Yep. Alright, deep cover, burden approved, search for evidence. Proceed to Sidonia. Yep. I'm fucking phenomenal at doing it. Also, my stream quality is pretty amazing. Were you the one that's like, holy shit, I gotta go play Cyberpunk, or my next playthrough in Cyberpunk's gonna be melee build? Someone was like that in chat when we're playing the Cyberpunk. A lot of fun. There's a lot of room for different playstyles in Cyberpunk. Made it a lot of fun. We're basically like a mage mixed with close quarters mixed with tech. It's actually really cool. Very fun. Also, we have Aurora in our cargo. I'm not exactly sure how we landed here. I guess maybe it's a special cargo. Stuff. I don't remember if you're here for our playthrough. It was a lot of fun.
Keep a lookout.
But
Notify us if you see anything suspicious.
I can pickpocket her. And farm some manipulation here.
Sidonia can have a depressing effect on some people. You better get yourself help before it becomes a problem.
If you're going to use the elevators or stairs to reach the other levels, try to keep them clean.
Things have been pretty quiet around here lately. Usually means someone's up to something. We just haven't found out what yet.
I could use the money, but no way is it worth living.
Like, there's some people I mean, we've already figured out basically how to hire anyone. We basically figured out not how to hire anyone. We figured out how to get anyone as a crew member. They don't really do anything, though. You can just get people basically to follow you. It's not really the same thing as being a crew member. I'm sure there'll eventually be a mod for it. There isn't right now. We got about, I'd say, 4/5 of the way through with resurrecting Sarah, too. We're just missing interaction options, which we didn't have. We're pretty close. What we should do real quick here is take a look. Maybe there's a guide on how to manipulate people.
tried the chamomile tea? It's so good.
I'm not a fan. Not my, you know, cup of tea.
But it's amazing. And it's got this really calming effect.
Well, they don't even need voiceovers as long as they actually get on the crew, because most characters have like a basic VO option, right? For acknowledgements and dealing with you. Like her, for instance, even though she's actually just called a Tracker Alliance agent,
Bonafide tracker.
but she actually has interaction options, and like we did quests for her, right? Which is why we interact with her now. But we can't do anything other than that.
Hey, looking for more work? I'm wondering if you might be up for doing me a favor of the personal kind, off the books.
What? I guess it's just her generic acknowledgement line. We already did the quest for her.
We did! And on top of that, turns out our guy was... Bye. Hope I never have to kill you.
Like, she's one. There's a couple, like, throughout the quest, right, that you get. It's really fucking weird that you can't recruit. Instead, we got, like, the random followers we found in a bar.
Am I in your way? Sorry.
How's the saying go? Show no mercy, leave no quarter? Well then, what can I do you for? Talk to me if you reckon you can hack it as a bounty hunter.
Second, guys, I'm taking a look at manipulation options here.
Science Division's apparently going to be coming through to sweep for leeches. You know those little bastards are terramorphs?
I'll never forget that you helped us finally catch that crazy bastard. Talk to me if you reckon you can hack it as a bounty hunter. How's the saying go? Show no mercy, leave no quarter?
Yeah, I think the manipulation skill was never fleshed out.
Watch out for the robots. They're surprisingly sneaky.
Yeah, you can't really do anything with it. Okay. You have more options in Skyrim than you do in Starfield? Yeah, and surprisingly there weren't really any in the expansion for Cyberpunk at all, either with existing romances or with new romances, despite the fact there definitely was supposed to be a romance in Cyberpunk. In the new expansion, there's at least 3 romance options. Alex, Fuck is the guy's name?
The UC Exchange is a great place to buy your weapons. Just make sure to keep them holstered at all times.
Reed, Alex Reed, and the president. Maybe Alex and Reed were the big ones. Oh, Sungmi. F5. Ah, it's an associate. Hey, buddy.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy.
Oh, you'll make time for me.
Wouldn't be the first time I've heard that line. Oh, don't give me that look. I'm just having a laugh. What have you got for me?
I'll have a laugh.
I'm not talking price until I know what the hell I'm buying. Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
If the Trade Authority is not interested, that says a great deal.
No, they're right. What they didn't tell you is that I have a self-preservation streak 1 kilometer wide. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit.
I just blow your brains out and ask someone else. I mean, if I didn't have an industrialist option, I probably would pick that.
You got a point there, love. All right, I'll take a chance.
Just demand the extra credits up front next time. These games are juvenile and tiresome.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
It is pleasing to speak with you.
Ah. Speak with Adler Kemp. Okay. I guess no one in your minds what's going on.
I always enjoy these moments.
We have a flirt option. Oh, flirt.
I know that tone. Very well.
Uh-huh.
What is it? Thank you, dearest.
Hey, I left Elpstina. Oh my god, I'm in Twitter painted.
Not so bad yourself. It is always a pleasure.
Okay. Now we go see a pirate. Yeah, I mean, that's not really the same thing as them writing in. Cyberpunk, I mean, CD Projekt Red's really good at what they're doing. Hey, buddy.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away.
Dick.
Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard in Sidonia heard you.
It was removed.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first.
What? To sell my cargo?
You're a clever one, aren't you? Let's just say I have a certain influential affiliation. And leave it at that. Basically, you want that Aurora moved, I'm your guy. Yeah, sure. If the Trade Authority won't even deal with the shipment of that crap, where else you gonna go? Just cool your thrusters for a minute before you wreck this deal for the both of us.
I see no good reason why we should have any extra dealings with the likes of you.
God, Andreja.
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need
Holy
you
shit,
to
someone
deal
told
with a
Andreja
miner
off.
Who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back. What do I need to do here? Write you an instruction manual?
Yeah.
You can do this loud, you can do this quiet. I don't care. I just want my goddamn money, and I want this guy to remember who he screwed over. Feel free to throw as many credits in my face as you want, but that isn't the point. We need to make an example out of this guy. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters. Don't worry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable-looking guy in the entire place.
Recover Carl's Fielding's debt.
Shouldn't you be leaning on Fielding by now? What? Get the hell out of here, smartass. Just because I kicked a few credits Carl's way doesn't mean I'm opening a goddamn bank.
Manipulate. Bethesda really doesn't give much in the way of options, so guys will go break some kneecaps.
I doubt it.
What a day, huh?
I wouldn't drag my feet. It's not like she'll be
Peace be
single
with you.
forever.
Hey, buddy.
Something I can help you with?
Adler Kemp sent me to teach you a lesson.
Adler Kemp? Who the heck is that? What? Play what games? You're obviously confusing me with someone else. Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mines. I just want to go home, wash off the dust, and relax. This has been fun, though. Whatever. Hey now. Take it easy there. Let me think about that person you mentioned. Adler, was it? Hmm? Oh, wait. You mean that Adler?
Ah!
Sorry. I thought you were talking about someone else.
These dialogue options are pretty terrible.
I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to him personally. Hmm? Sound good? Yeah? Come on! Give me a break! What the... Look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now. Okay? You can't squeeze blood from a stone. You know? Right?
Clearly this man has never seen how hard I can squeeze.
Ooh. 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 Since when did Andrasia grow balls? I didn't think that. It's kind of weird how she flip-flops on the alignment scale between, like, lawful good and chaotic evil. Kind of weird. Almost like psychopathic tendencies if it weren't for the fact that Bethesda can't write psychopathic tendencies, you know? Yeah. Because her personality oftentimes doesn't align with the two. Good. Persuade, tired of playing games, attack, I've had enough of this, why are you here so badly for credits?
I'm a miner for Deimos. It's not what I was hoping for out of life. But here I am. Yeah, it's a lousy company. It pays me a salary. But I depend on the profit-sharing bonuses to keep food on the table for my family. Hey, now wait a second. Just because things are tough, and I might be spending my afternoons at the Spear, it doesn't mean I don't care about my family. Adler doesn't get to judge me. No, he's just a low-life pirate who thinks he can push everyone around. What games? Why are you doing this to me? I don't have the money.
You'll talk to my persuasion then. Manipulation? Oh my god, that's an option. What the fuck? Manipulation is a persuasion option? Why is this a thing? I mean, it makes sense, but...
Ah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Now that I think about it.
It's just an easy option? The fuck is that?
Tell Adler I'm
It
sorry
makes the
for
persuasion
trying to
skill
rip
kind
you
of
out
pointless.
debt. I didn't have much of a choice.
Hello, excellent to see you.
You got what you wanted. Why can't you just leave it in peace? Huh?
I hope whatever you took is worth the risk.
We just stole the rest of his credits.
I still can't believe it.
Well, that kind of sucks to know there's just some manipulate. I think there's intimidation's another one. It just basically overrides everything. It's kind of silly.
Instantly jump across the...
Have something for me? Don't start that crap with me. I'm in no mood. Did you bring me the money Fielding owes me, or do I need to pay him a visit myself?
Like to see you try.
Well, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message? Nice. Nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more. You think you can handle running with my, associates?
I don't think even he can.
That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Nevamora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
Oh, well, look. So we could put points into jetpack. Basically, we're just doing flavor stuff right now. It's the whole reason I'm doing manipulation in the first place. Food and drinks 10% more effective. Wow! Gastronomy paid up. No, it didn't. Fuck gastronomy. God. Unarmed guys in this game has to be absolutely atrocious. Like half these should fall under manipulation talent. can't like reorder her to do stuff either. The manipulation talent's so worthless.
Well, that's enough for today. Behind, shall we? Their continued success is my life's work. Yes, let's.
Let me just finish sending this. And done. Let's get the heck out of here. Yes? What?
Look at all the fucking recruits that are in here.
Howdy.
I guess I'm far enough along where it just wants to give me a shitload of people. I've never seen so many. Usually there's like 3.
Let me know if you need something. Okay. Hello.
Thought we'd struck oil, but it turns out it was just another deep water deposit. That would have been wild.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like the UC forgets we're out here. There'd be no UC.
This better be important.
Farming points, guys.
I know we're supposed to clean up vandalism, but I just can't.
If you see any trouble, you let us know.
The miners pretty much run the lower levels here.
Yeah.
I heard they reopened that blood test.
Nothing good. Speak to Percival about what? Headquarters? The xenobiology place. They're training the bird creatures to eat terramorphs.
Concerns, anything at all giving you pause. You come see Dr. Walker or I. Little problems left unchecked become big problems. And we fix big problems here, not make them. Now let's get to work. Welcome everyone.
Pardon?
To the TMD.
Hey. Hello.
Yes, what?
Everyone? Not that it really seemingly matters at all.
Excuse me.
This is after the TMD was founded. We can come back here for a little chaser quest.
Yes?
Yes. What?
Huh? Buddy. Weak-minded individuals. So weak and manipulatable.
That's correct. Would you happen to know?
Okay. I got into Xenobio because I thought it'd be calming. But this pays a whole lot better than cataloging Exilin fruit pods.
None of the stuff here has respawned. None of the loot has respawned.
Pardon?
Excuse me?
Can't even make them do stuff like kill people or anything. Fucking weird. Buddy?
Hello.
It has been a pleasure working with you. Major Sanan is responsible for my creation. The work of the Xeno-Warfare team required a vast array of specializations. Field scientists capable of surviving in deadly environs. Soldiers delicate enough to leave dangerous Xeno-life forms subdued, but unharmed. Major Sanan constructed me in an attempt to accomplish all those needs. I believe my field record would show that she was successful. Closing log.
Let's see.
Captain, looks like we missed each other back at Mast. Listen, I just wanted to say...
I love you!
I could have never guessed where all this was going to lead.
Okay.
But now, knowing what I do, that my father truly is the monster I always thought he was. Well, I've just spent a lot of my life in pursuit of the truth. So, you bringing it straight to me, it just means a lot.
Yep.
Just glad it was me. You know, I was thinking...
Actually, tell her right away, tell her right at the end.
If I wanted to try and see him again. But... I knew the answer before I even finished the thought. I didn't.
I mean, you do. That's why you thought it.
Confronting him, what would I have gained from that?
Nothing. You get to
Letting
talk to him.
Remind me I can never truly be rid of him. Nothing. Now, all I'd be doing is acknowledging that he still has some sway over my life. And while I can't do anything about his role in my past, I'm not about to let him control my future. And thanks to what we've done together, that future is brighter than it has been in a long time. Words can't do justice to how grateful I am for that.
Oh, you can try and recruit her?
You know I can't do that. I've got an assignment. But I'll never say no to a visit when you're in the area. Remind us all how much we owe you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's safe
Let's
to
not
say
make this
you
weird.
succeeded
The fuck
beyond
is
anyone's
that?
wildest dreams.
Our main character's afraid of
It's been
interpersonal
an honor,
relationships?
Captain. Good luck out there.
Like, this actually makes sense. We've talked to her for a while, right? We talked to Hadra. We formed a relationship with her. That actually makes sense. And obviously she has duties, so you can't really take her on as a crew member, but, you know, stuff like that would kind of make sense, or at least, maybe, actually no one here is really disposable, are they? Like, at the end of all this, everyone kind of has a job. Hey, buddy.
Look who it is.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah,
Known each other since the Xenoweapons team first set up on Mars.
You can imagine my shock when I walked into this place for the first time and found some plucky 19-year-old was gonna be my partner. We were supposed to be co-heads initially, but you've dealt with Hadrian. You can imagine about how long that lasted. But the Major knew her stuff. Saw potential in all her staff and knew how to get the best out of them. Kind of bull only an uncynical woman like Hadrian could pull off. For all the damage that group did, we were, well, we were real tight-knit. Having that back, it's nice.
Yeah?
You heard right. These terramorph attacks, they caught the UC off guard. UC brass doesn't like
a repeat quest.
So they
maybe
want
not
us
even
patrolling the front lines of xenological life.
Like we had a rapid
Ensure
quest
we
for the
got
UC too,
intel
right?
on any possible new alien threats.
Which means we need someone to track down said aliens and harvest samples from them. And not just any sample from these animals is gonna do either. We're trying to build a comprehensive picture here, which requires specific cells from specific family lines of some oftentimes unfriendly creatures. But since dealing with unfriendly creatures falls square in your wheelhouse, well, I figured we might be able to recruit you for the task.
Yeah.
Pretty much every beast, behemoth, critter, and chimera humanity's run across is on the list.
What?
But we can send in-house researchers after the little guys. Your job will be primarily dealing with the, more troublesome species.
This isn't the same sort of harvesting you and Hadrian were doing with the Terramorphs. A little will go a long way here. If you can get close enough to these creatures to harvest from them directly, you should be able to collect what we need without killing them.
I mean, I can kill them too.
Lieutenant Walter before heading out. A good EM weapon could serve you well on these missions. Though, if heavens forbid, there's no viable option other than putting the things down. We're only talking a select few specimens here.
Yeah.
These populations will recover.
You don't say.
Glad to hear it. There is just one additional wrinkle. UC spec this as a one-person job, but I convinced them this sort of task merits expert backup. So, if you're interested, they've agreed to let you take Hadrian with you.
She's like indisposable to the project.
You'll have to convince her, of course. But I don't think she'll fight you too badly.
Okay.
We could use Hadrian here, absolutely. But we have other scientists. Not a lot of other people can go up against apex predators and come home again and again. You and Hadrian are
we were just talking about how she's indisposable. Yeah, like if you're going to take someone on as a companion, it wouldn't really be Hadrian because she's indisposable.
I expect she wouldn't mind too badly being out there herself, so pay her a visit before you head out.
Yeah.
Now, let's get you the details of your first quarry.
So she can actually join us. We actually have a crewmate from one of our missions. Holy shit. Although I wouldn't expect it
I'll have a tech waiting outside to collect them
from this mission, because this is a mission where people basically aren't disposable.
Get your samples. Get close, harvest, and get out before they spot you.
Yeah.
Snatch those up and come home safe.
Oh,
Hey.
I guess now.
You need something?
I guess you're coming with me now.
Okay, I'm listening. What's going on? Backup? What does that have to do with me? Maybe. Why do you ask? Come with you? You can't be serious. There's no way Percival would okay that.
There's no way I'd okay this.
Here with the TMD.
I know. Yep, I guess Bethesda already okayed it.
No, it's not that.
Huh?
You just caught me by surprise. I figured I'd be at the TMD for the long haul.
Yeah. I think this is the only quest in which, putting aside the four main companions, right? This is the only quest in which there was actually tie-in with the story to one of the companions. Yeah. Vasco, too, I guess. You could consider Vasco. But we inherited him with the ship. The only quest in which we've basically gotten a possible companion from a quest. What? And there's a lot of quests in the game. Things you'd be happier in the field. Honor and duty, though, guess.
Something wrong? I mean, I do too, but leaving the TMD? That's a big decision.
Can you actually fail this? Or the bright future you wanted.
I guess you're right. I always imagined that future would be here at the TMD, but, well, maybe a change of scenery wouldn't be so bad. Besides, Percival will never let me forget it if I turn down field work in favor of a desk job. If you really need backup out there, I'll watch your six.
You can count on me to pull my weight. I'll always help out in combat, and I'm happy to assist you with any research too.
I mean, we're gonna go become a pirate.
Having an extra xenosociologist around on this assignment sure couldn't hurt. We'll be dealing with plenty of hostile creatures.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so too.
Thank you for the offer. Really. It was unexpected, but I think this will be for the best. Both.
By the way, the better way to approach this, putting aside Bethesda's writing, the better way to approach that would have been to say that her skills are indispensable, not appeal to emotion or self-interest, because she's like her father, which, well, assumedly like her father, which is a more loyalty-based. Okay, assign the ship.
I'll head out soon. I just need to talk to Percival before I go.
Got a lovely suit waiting for you.
For arranging this without talking to me about it first.
See you, Captain.
That's unexpected. This, like I said, this is the only companion we've actually been able to pick up from a quest, putting aside the original four. This is the only companion, and Vasco, which Vasco doesn't really count.
Need a hand with something?
Yeah, so...
I'll get back to work.
Andreja's jealous. She is. You get to keep the cap, though, Andreja.
Sounds like we finally got some real Captain.
That's, if you guys notice that right there with the texture, this is like some sort of culling issue going on right there. Pretty sure you're supposed to be able to see the lasers all the way to the point of impact, or the point of where it appears. Very weird. We're just talking about how you didn't get any members from quests. Yeah.
That's interesting. I hadn't heard of olfactory hallucinations before.
Yeah, mostly made me want to get a snack.
Hey.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Yes, what?
Yep. What do we got? Apex Spreader, collect samples on coordinates. So if you collect samples, do you lose Adrian then? Adrian? Maybe. Maybe we'll do this prior to becoming for a free condo. Not riding the Red Mile, that is mind-numbing. Or it gets broken. Is it still a Paradiso? Yeah. You're supposed to be able to find it wherever it goes, but it doesn't give you the new position of it. So we have like 2 quests that we can't finish because we can't find the ECS. What is it called? Constant. Because it jumps all over the place and doesn't update. Okay. Do this. Or strange new worlds. Seek out new lives and new civilizations. To boldly go where nobody has gone before. Do we have Aurora in our inventory anymore? I don't think we do. Alright, buddy. Level 56 turret? Yeah, like, even though it's a Gatling gun, guys, it doesn't work very good at what it does with the AI. Look at that blood. Very accurate. Yeah, so it's probably that still works better than the Gatling gun does. The Gatling gun, it takes too long to spin up, so she barely fires at all. That works better because there's no spin up time at all, but it still kind of sucks. I don't know what that thing is that keeps popping up on my face. We have contraband, which means we have to go drop it off. So it's still like the best weapons you probably can put on them is like either a burst fire weapon or like a couple burst weapon, or like a single shot weapon like a rocket launcher. Rocket launcher still being the best because if you have a sniper, they still have to be accurate with it, and they aren't always accurate depending on their skills. Because the AI does not take into account all Christ. The weapon type that they have on them. Okay, I need to take a piss, guys. I'll be right back 1 second. Good. That's a good screenshot right there, guys. Just imagine if the game looks that way by default. Things a little bit more grown-up oriented. Meanwhile, I'm still wearing Grandma's quilt. Or if it had dismemberment in the game, like not Farscape. What's the game where you can just remember people? Space game. How can you think of it? I wasn't using the bathroom. Dead Space. Dead Space. Uh-huh. Someone will probably make a mod for it when actual modding support's added. Game could very, very much benefit from dismemberment. Oh, shit. Now we have to go drop... no. We have to check to see if there's actually a basement. No, this is just the room. Now we have to go drop off our shit. Now... We also have to pick up trucker casual wear. Okay. So, our jammies got changed out. The mod went and changed the texture it uses into something specialized, so you have to spawn it in now. We're out of ship parts, aren't we?
I miss my dear darling and you Atlantis as I wander the blackness.
We've tried killing the singing guy before.
The deep abyss.
I think we went on there and he doesn't actually exist. We boarded his ship and he doesn't actually exist on it.
But I trust my old engine to get back by morn.
It gets sysdef on there. Bye! Okay. So we have to actually go get ship parts. Because I burned them all when we ran into some level 40s, so... Well... We're gonna go to... Yeah. Probably the easiest place to find them. Happy Friday, by the way, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful start to your weekend. Hey, hi. Oh! Okay. Well, they're all dead now.
It's over. All in a day's work for UC. We could have really used it. So next time you see one of us in port, buy us around.
Wow. You mean because I didn't fire at all? Fuck you. They're already dead. You didn't need my help, you liars. Oh, why didn't you help us? We almost died. Yeah, they're like super low level. You didn't have it. There's nothing happening there. I was trying to board one of them, and I blew him up before I could. Trucker casual wear. I mean, we could also do tank tops. What is form-fitting tank tops?
This better not be a waste. You got the money.
What are they under? Aid? No.
Done here?
I bet Warlord just... You're in luck.
Doors over that way.
I don't even know who sells clothes over here. Guys like Newells and Seacard. I don't think Seacard sells clothes at
If
all.
you're looking for supply, of course. I have a huge inventory to choose from.
Like one of the things you'd actually expect there to be more diversity with, and there isn't. There we go. Clothes in this game are an atrocity.
Watch your back out there.
Oh, what is it?
Let me know if we can make a deal.
Starfield mods. We might have a second runner here. Tops. Form-fitting tank tops. Elbow grease gear, engineering outfit, resort wear. Actually, we might have a resort wear. What I have. Plus, that's it. Might actually already have wear on my ship. Oh, I can actually check, can I?
Sure. Have a look.
Aww. Not. Got an engineering outfit. Oh, grease gear. We also have that. Trucker. We do not have it.
Best deals in town.
Apparently have a lot of garbage on me. Big Bang? Rune Inflictor. Is this different than... Calibrated. I think calibrated and then it goes advanced. Because we don't normally run into them, I use the calibrated one. Ah, there's refined and then advanced. So rune stuff could actually become much more powerful. Egg shear. Let's see.
Thanks for stopping by our shop.
Bow shopping, guys, very important. Very, very important. Oh.
Step through the door of secret number.
Love your
Welcome
fit.
to Sick.
Isn't
If
it
you
always
don't
the
see.
top?
There we go. Base undersuit. Okay. Could have a shitload of mass on me?
You wear it.
Oh, I have 12 ship parts. Bet you can't just put them on your ship.
I have plenty of. Absolutely. Here's every.
Okay. Bye. All right.
The Settled Systems News Network. News you can trust.
Hey there, Internet Explorer.
But you think like enhanced would be like a closed store, right? And it's not.
If you want to see how short my temper is.
Yeah. Sadly, we didn't pick up any of the resort wear. Besides the swimsuits when we were there, so.
Held for a cup of coffee.
Trying to thread the needle. Might be some ship parts here. Let's take a look real quick.
Need some work done? We're asking everyone to take care of any leeches on their ships. We don't want. Sure thing.
Sometimes these guys sell stuff, and sometimes they
sure you
don't.
can find something-
And all you can do is modify your ship. Oh. Buying ships. Too bad you can't buy ship parts from the ship technicians. That'd be crazy, right? Ah, yeah, made you get up and move. Ha ha ha. What is the point of that?
Effort to make this place livable. Credits to be made.
Game's looking better, guys. Those mods starting to make things look pretty sweet. Not quite cyberpunk. It's getting there, though.
Captain, greetings.
Vasco. Vasco's just flavor.
It's good to be back in our own ship.
There to greet me, guys. Alright.
Always a pleasure, Captain.
Buddy.
Need my help?
Change some outfits here. Can't change the outfits on the generics.
Good day, Captain.
This is... By the way, for the longest time, guys, our entire crew was wearing jammies, and the whole reason for that was because there's nothing better for them to wear, so... Yeah. No. I think we have a trucker casual wear.
There you are.
There we go. That's what we're looking for.
Good to see you. I can make some room in my pack.
Like their model's broken, though.
Enjoy your day.
I'm glad to see.
Carol. Elbow grease, got 2 of those. Nightwear? Nightwear is the jammies. Nightwear used to be replaced with a miniskirt, I believe it was. They changed the spawn in a... So if you use the mods and you spawn in like very particular items like that don't exist in the game normally, if you uninstall the mod, it'll probably brick your save or fuck up your save. So you always have to have that mod installed, which is why I don't like using them. Elbow grease, engineering outfit. There's one. That's pretty good. Resort wear. You have one. Try one. Okay.
You need something? I'm happy to help.
Yeah.
Let's catch up soon.
Not too bad. Change this, because I have a different mods. Retire.
May the road rise to meet you, Captain.
Better. Good.
Do you need me somewhere? I'll take that for you.
Yes.
See you later.
Bottle's still kind of broken on this, though. I think that's with the mesh. Something about the mesh. I don't really understand or haven't fixed. Like one quilt or another? We had more generic NPCs on our ship, but they got booted out when we swapped to Yeah, the shitty thing, so if you actually take a ship, you have to recrew every time you do it. And you have to change them out immediately. So, like, if you redo your home ship, you have to change them out again.
Hey, Captain.
Sucks.
Glad to be part of the team.
Yes. Actually, wait. We learned some voodoo, guys. We learned some voodoo. Hang on. Hang on. Problem is... if they get kicked off the ship, they just disappear. And as such, I won't get my items back.
Hi, Captain. Good to see you.
It doesn't really matter. Obviously, I don't want to lose swimsuits. Wrong here. Open a container does not work on hired crew.
Ready for action, Captain.
Like they don't really exist, which kind of sucks. I don't really understand this mechanic at all. Like they threw in extras that you can hire, but you can't really do anything with them. You can't take them on missions or really use them at all.
All
Take them on missions?
good.
No.
All's well. Everything looks good at my
Assignable
station,
to your
Captain.
crew, and if you decide you aren't going to assign them to your crew
Sorry,
anymore,
I was lost in thought.
you just lose them forever.
I was just thinking about you.
Looking
Hey,
good?
Captain.
That might even be better than the swimsuit. Nice. Or where I imagine doesn't... Well, actually, we can check.
Nice day, isn't it? Your stuff safe with me?
Happen here, we don't want to see on stream.
Catch you later.
One's kind of bugged out too.
Hi there, Captain. Hey again. Need me? Sure. Lay it on me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you always... Yeah, like... So my crew obviously is not based remotely based off, like, min-maxing, right? Yeah, because I don't really pick my crew based on min-maxing at all. It happens to be, might have something to do with something else. Might be making a harem here. But yeah, it's based purely, like, if you go around and you pick up all the guys, and then you swap ships, let's say because you capture a ship, and it's obviously going to have less crew, and then you take them, you lose your crew. You just lose everyone, the hired people. These are all named NPCs, so, like, we don't lose them at all. But the hired crew is just gone. The extras are gone. And then you have to go recruit them again, which is pretty stupid. That shouldn't be a thing. The game actively punishes you for playing it, which is pretty insane. Which one was that? It was that one. I think it's because two models are actually interfering with each other. Yeah, so this isn't actually supposed to... resort wear is also affected by the cowgirl outfit. Cowgirl outfit was only supposed to be trucker wear.
Hey, I can hold on to a few more things. Bye, Captain.
Eager to help.
That one works. I think it's the other, hardware's bugged? Looks like, the cowgirl outfit is also trying to use the resort wear. Or replace it.
Hey, wanna chat? Have a few more things? Talk to you later. There you are. I'll help you out with that. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah. Wait, are we missing a crew member? What's her name? Rosie.
Need something, Captain?
Oh.
Did you need something?
Oh.
I'll be seeing you.
Not. Besides Sarah, we have to resurrect her somehow. We're working
Any
on that.
orders for me? Good to see you.
Nice.
Oh, okay. If you want to.
What would you like to know?
That's a weird tone.
Everyone loves a war story, don't they? Fine, but I'm not going too deep.
Normally we don't
A
care.
lot of things
This is
happen
purely
that
because we've been on a quest line with her. Aww.
It's hard for me to think of anything that happened during the war as a victory. I'm not proud of all the harm my Xeno warfare unit did. Our battles got me plenty of commendations, but I don't think they were worth it. I ruined a lot more lives than I saved. The Battle of Nera. I wasn't there, but my soldiers were. We suffered heavy losses. The Red Devils were a family, and losing family is never easy. I still think about the soldiers who never came home.
Really special. There's no better feeling than finding somewhere to belong. That's what the Red Devils were to me. A family to fight beside. You know,
To become a Red Devil, you have to do hard labor in the mines of Mars. When you're down there, the only people you can trust are your fellow miners. That trust made it to the battlefield, too. We had each other's backs every step of the way. I wouldn't trade a single one of them for anything in the universe. No, I don't. The Colony War ruined a lot of lives, including mine. But I do miss my soldiers. It's been a lonely couple of decades. My pleasure, Captain. It was good to reminisce. I haven't talked about my service in a long time. The way things ended with the UC after the war, I just... Well, it wasn't something I could talk about with a lot of people. Well, the years after the war were pretty dark for me. The Red Devils were disbanded as part of the armistice. They thought we were too dangerous to exist. I'd take blame for that. My unit wouldn't have been as lethal as it was without me at that
I need to figure out how to fix the mesh.
Red Devils were my purpose. I felt lost without them. I spent a lot of time wandering the galaxy by myself, searching for something new to live for. That's an understatement. For a soldier like me, serving the UC wasn't just a way of life, it was my purpose. It made life seem worth living. I really didn't know what to do with myself once it was over. I was hoping to find a new purpose out there in the galaxy, but nothing really stuck. Until I got the message about the terramorphs on Tau Ceti. Old habits die hard, you know?
I think the reason there's a gap there has to do with the fact that they have a non-normal model. And apparently it doesn't fit properly to non-normal models.
What is it? That's a tough call. I've seen most of the creatures in the settled systems, and there are plenty of strange
Like
ones.
super tall?
One of the most memorable was an insect-like predator I encountered on a remote planet in the Moloch system. It hunted by sucking the oxygen from the atmosphere around it to suffocate its prey. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah.
Are you messing with me?
Yeah.
No, I encountered it long after the Xenowarfare Division was shuttered. I was just there to observe. Good thing, too. I don't think one of those things would have come quietly. Sure. I'd rather not see them again either. A few lucky shots were all that saved my life the first time. I have a lot of stories that end with me almost becoming something's lunch.
Yeah. That's morbid.
You and me both, Captain. We met when I was 19. The UC assigned him to be the co-head of my Xenowarfare unit. Our first day working together, he said there was no way a kid could keep up with him in the lab. I had him eating his words by the end of my first week. I was close with everyone in the Xenobio unit, but Percival and I have a special bond. Even if he is a huge pain in the ass. Do you need something else?
Yeah.
Hey. All right. I'm game. Safe travels.
All right. Hadrian, get to waifu acquired, guys. Meanwhile, Bethesda took one of our main waifus, Sarah. We will resurrect you somehow.
Hey, good to see you.
Someday. Alright. We were getting ship parts and outfits, and I think we got outfits, so we're fine. 12 ship parts, I believe. Off we go. Good. Alright, I think we're going to switch out with Hadrian, I guess, to see if there's some unique dialogue going on here. I don't know if there's a repeat quest or what's going on here, or if Hadrian's a permanent member of our crew, or just for the mission, which would kind of suck. I don't think we'd turn in the mission if that's the case. We'd just stay there forever.
Captain?
Right, and you?
And just what is on your mind at this moment? Did you need me?
You, and you.
A shame that there is not more to discuss.
We won't lose her if we take a different NPC out.
Need something? I'd be happy to help carry something.
We had 400 rounds. Was it 50 MI?
Let's move out.
Alright, so she should stay at the ship now. Let's see if she bitches me for killing stuff.
This looks like a rich ecosystem.
Uh-huh.
I wonder what lives out there.
Samples, collect samples. Nice. Good. Hey, buddy. Actually have a lot of HP. Doesn't really do a whole lot of anything at long range. Huh. And also the whole doing a burst fire with it definitely does not help. Like, you'd think it'd be a great weapon on an NPC, right? Obviously smaller than normal. You're not even aggroed to her. Like, half the time is like a wait cycle. It just one-shot me! What the fuck is that? Holy shit! I was at full health too. And my game crashed. Pretty sure it'll put me back on the planet. Then it crashed my game. The game crash bug might also be because of our achievement unlocker. Yeah, I think it's when we landed on the planet. Hopefully this is after. So the crashes might be because of the achievement unlocker. Good. So it fucking one-shot me. It's level 45. Either I was low in health and I didn't notice, which I don't think it was. No. I must have been low in health. Could also crit me because he's behind. That's better. I wonder if these do more damage because we're tracking them. These might be like special creatures too. Good. We aren't giving up Hadrian, so if this finishes it and she goes back to being TMD, fuck that. Buddy. Oh, you're not even the doctor.
Then. I'll get these logged ASAP. If you're interested in collecting more, you can speak to Dr. Walker. Oh, and your pay? Here you are. Thank you, Captain.
1,000.
If you're looking to do more collection, you should speak to Dr. Walker.
can I do for you? Ah, was told they're expecting you. Head on in.
This is just random ship collection now?
Nice to see the place hasn't fallen apart without me.
Random sample collection. Farming points. Farming points.
Hey.
Real reason other than we can.
Pardon.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Yeah. I think that's everyone. This is just a repeat quest now.
This a social visit? Or are you looking for more work? Good, good. I know just the species. Let me get you that info. Here. Your creatures are on that world. Now stay sharp out there.
Yeah, I think it's just the same thing over and over again. It's an incentive to get you to explore worlds, which is different than... Check. Apex Predator, Radiant Indefinite. People are saying it's possibly procedurally generated. Yep. So, not really worth doing, I suppose. Let's go do... rendezvous with the Astrea at Europa.
Wow. Look who finally had the guts to show up. Looks like so. Big shot. I hear Adler thinks you're good enough to join our crew. You're funny. I hate funny. Remember that. So, before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet.
Okay.
That's if you get through this little task.
And I'm a sheriff and a decorated UC officer.
There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead.
How am I supposed to do this without killing him?
job isn't about the loot. But I suppose every dog needs its scraps. Keep whatever worthless junk is on that ship. Just remember, the only thing that matters is that Rake dies. There's a lesson in this. I need you to learn what'll happen if you decide to turn your back on the fleet. Consider it your glimpse into a possible, unfortunate future. So you'd better pay close attention. Kill Rake? That's your only option? If you want my advice, there's only one way to guarantee he dies. Turn the Ragana into space junk. Only way to be sure. It's done when Rake stops breathing.
Alrighty.
Come here when you're finished. And don't keep me waiting for long.
Suck my dick. If we what happens if we take Hadrian on pirate missions?
Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner too. Brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he wanted out. So he ran. And nobody, I mean nobody, runs away from the fleet. I've been tracking Rake for months. He's making it tough, not gonna lie. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs. But you know what? It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delgado, and I'm gonna have his head on a pike.
Off we go. I love that cock. It's beautiful. Being able to see inside the cock.
This is Dmitry Moldavsky, pilot of the Ragana. We are a simple transport ship heading to New Homestead. We do not want any trouble.
Here's Ragda to kill Austin Rake, or find a way to spare.
All right. And what are your intentions with these crewmen?
You see SysDev, Crimson Fleet. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to open your hatch and I'm going to board. Go.
Well, normally I would say
And Tracer like that.
Frankly, it will be safer for us that way.
I guess we just convince him.
You can dock.
Fuck.
We will talk then.
Okay. Kill Ragana to kill Austin Rake or find a way to spare Austin Rake. Board.
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece.
That is true. Which means you don't want somebody to know what you are really up to. Now, do you mind telling us what this is all about?
Kind of sucks that they give you, like, the actual...
I will not murder a man in cold blood. You will have to kill us all first. You really do not know which one of us is Rake, do you? And you do not seem to care either, which makes me think you really want to save him. Okay, I have idea. We can strike his name from Manifest, make it so he was never on board. Then, when we dock, we will leave him on this ship and deliver him to another port.
We aren't supposed to talk to Sistef at all, are we? Like, he said basically we're on our own. So, telling them that we're supposed to hand him over to Sistef would literally just expose me, wouldn't it? Like, people aren't supposed to know that I'm a double agent. I'm actually a spy. Turn him over to... Yeah, okay. Pretty sure if we pick the third option, we're just going to start killing them. So, do we either believe this is a trap, or that Bethesda writers are dumb? If they're dumb, it won't matter if we choose Sistef and tell them to turn them over to Sistef. If they are remotely competent, if we mention Sistef, it literally outs us as an agent for Sistef, which is not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be a spy, right? That no one knows we're actually a spy, right? So us telling them to hand them over to Sistef would mean absolutely nothing unless we're an agent for Sistef, right? Like, why would they... Yeah. We're both exposed. Why would we both be exposed? Unless they know, right? They aren't supposed to know that you're with Sistef. No one's supposed to know you're with Sistef. Yeah.
That is fair. We do not want any part of the fleet. Is that all right with you, Austin?
Do I have a choice?
It does not appear you do. Well then, it is agreed.
Predators are
You
bad.
go back to your ship and we will make sure Rake was never on ours. And in case any of your handlers get suspicious, here. We had an extra crate of supplies loaded, in case one got damaged. This should be proof you were not here to bargain.
I thought we were dead. I can't believe it.
This unpleasantness aside, the people of New Homestead will be grateful for these supplies.
Thank you for letting us go.
Thank you for letting us go.
Still like the loot in here.
This unpleasantness aside, the
Probably has a
people of
key
New
card.
Homestead will be grateful for these supplies.
I thought we were dead.
So now what? They're gonna put me in a Sistef prison? I'm not saying it's worse than death, but it's pretty damn close.
We can't actually pick... He probably has a key. Let's see.
Thank you.
For some reason she didn't care at all that we just did that. Good. Not be opened. I guess it was still an option? Yeah, so basically the writers are dumb. We literally just told them to... okay. Like we have problems with quick loading now? Not give you timestamps. Fuck. That's what we want. I don't know if the data that's on that we're seeing in the load menu is the data that is on my computer or the data that's cloud. It says it's newer, but it might not be. Trust it. Pretty sure that was local data because we didn't need to sync it. My personal intuition there, guys, was the local data was newer, but it said it wasn't. Right. Saves are the same. And
I can't believe it.
This unpleasantness aside, the people of New Homestead will be... Thank you for letting us go.
This unpleasantness aside...
If you ever get to the key, you better sleep with one eye open and 2 pistols loaded.
fucking shoot you right now. Option.
We will make sure Rake's name is taken off the manifest. And I hope you do not take this the wrong way, but I hope our paths never cross again.
So we literally revealed to him that we're a spy. Okay, Bethesda. Alright, well, there's that.
Always a pleasure, isn't it? I love this place.
Hey, Rosie.
There you go, Captain.
We're on the cock right now. That was pretty easy. It's kind of a shame that it actually just gives you the options for what's the UC option and what's the...
Damn mercs just don't know how to take a hit. Hey, Rook, wanna help me with some target practice?
Rude. Oh, these are eclectics. we couldn't board.
The enemy's engines. Enemy engines down, Captain. They are easy prey.
Yep.
Direct hit to the enemy's engines.
Did you need my help with something?
Has been knocked offline.
Oh yeah.
Aye, Captain. Good to see you.
Nice day, isn't it?
Never actually, Andrasia doesn't usually get into voice lines with that.
Thanks for the help with eclectic. I had it under control.
Of course he did.
Definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Ragana. Give me some good news, then we can go celebrate. You know what? I have no idea, and it's frustrating the hell out of me. I suppose I could have pissed off someone I screwed over in the past, but there's been so many, I've lost count.
I ran into some complications. You can, like, out yourself? I mean, if we lie, or if we don't lie, what is it? Just outing ourselves as a SysDef agent right there? You tell them that he survived or something? What are the, like, there might be options to lie better under the second option, guys, but it depends on them actually having good writing. We'll do this one, and hopefully there's more dialogue options here. We'll see.
I don't like complications, and neither does my boss. What the hell happened?
I think you trust the person who just saved your life. I mean, this first option that we had in the other dialogue just seems like the best one, is just a straight-up lie. Then we also have cargo we can give. We literally have an alibi, which is the cargo, right? Why would we further lie about this? Lie about him not being on board. Say that you got outgunned, which means you got away. Or ask them to trust me. Just trust, bro.
Yeah, right. You just got in the way. That makes you a damn good shield, but a terrible liar. Your story stinks worse than Adler Kemp, and that son of a bitch probably hasn't showered in a month. So choose your next words very carefully. What really happened out there?
Back yourself into a corner? Did actually make them unload our cargo.
serve you, and now Austin Rake slipped away. The fleet needs to be able to trust that you can follow orders. My orders. That being said, you saved my ass with eclectic. And decent pilots are tough to find these days. So I'm gonna let this one slide. But guess what? It's gonna cost you extra. Jettison those supplies I know you grabbed from the Regana. I was gonna let you keep them. But now, they're mine. Consider it payment for the hit I'll have to put on Austin Rake. And more importantly, for wasting my time.
So, you could actually make things more difficult for yourself instead of easier by going through more dialogue options. What the fuck? I mean, maybe the lie comes back to bite you in the ass, but we told him to go to SysDef, so they're probably going to put him in a protection program of some kind, right? And everyone on the ship's going to lie, so we have an alibi. What exactly was the point of this?
Now you see how... Anyway, hope this business with Rakes taught you if you screw up, you better stow that. Now that you know the I'm gonna upload the head out there as soon as...
Point of that? Like the first option was just the best option, which you just get by default. They're all dead. Free. Fuck sealant. Fuck you, sealant. Ugh. I wonder if this actually ties in, if boarding actually matters. I don't think it does. Like, if you actually go and do this, it should, like, be like, oh my god, you're such a pirate because you went and pirated the Cutlass ship, or the eclectic ship. You're amazing, you know, something like that, right?
Glorious day, don't you think? Did you need something?
Hello, Excellent to see you. Captain on deck?
Thanks for stopping to chat.
I didn't.
I was just wondering where you'd gone.
F5.
Thanks for the help with eclectic. I had it under control, but it definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Ragana. Give me some good news, then we can go celebrate.
Like the first option is literally just the one you should pick by default, right?
You know what? I suppose... Huh. No kidding. That'll make Delgado happy, seeing as our hands are clean. I would have preferred if you hadn't left witnesses behind, but at least you got the job done. Anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yep, it's that simple. Hope this business with Rakes taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you.
Whoops.
If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna send someone after you.
I mean, to go with the other people that are coming after me. I don't respond well to threats.
Get used to it. Now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home. Head out there as soon as you can. Don't keep me waiting long.
Yep. Why are we reporting to the Vigilance? This is supposed to be one of these things where we're just off on our own, right? Why? Okay, I guess we're going back to the Vigilance, guys. To go talk to, Vigilance. For some reason, even though we aren't supposed to talk to anyone, they said so in the quest. Don't communicate. I'll just go back.
Hail acknowledged. You're clear to dock at docking port 1. The commander will be waiting for you in operations.
So much for being undercover.
How can I be of service, Captain?
Pretty good.
I had a friend. I hope I'll be able to see him next time we're on shore leave. Lost a bet to one of the officers. I've got mob duty now on my birthday. It's gonna suck.
Yeah, did it have to do with me completing my mission instead of dying?
We got a wager going over whether the fleet would let you in or leave you for dead. And, unless you're a zombie, I owe the ops team lunch.
Farming manipulation points here, guys. 1 second.
Heard the Ragana Regana made it to port with 0 casualties.
Well, Mr.
Nicely done. Hey.
The Vigilance is a state-of-the-art warship. Anyone that gets on the wrong end of her guns is gonna have a bad time.
Character can't sit down in the seat he's just sitting in.
No idea. 100?
But it's still been stuck in
It only
animation.
takes one pirate to screw everything.
We're becoming so powerful. We can almost command everyone.
Okay. Hello.
My guess is there's going to be a mission. If we join the pirate side, there's a mission here to fight these guys.
Yes, what? Do what Commander Ikande says, and you'll go far.
Go back. Anything to report? We got the message from the Regana about Austin Rick. We had him dropped off at a separate port, off the books. Suffice to say, he's got a lot to answer for.
Would have been fine killing Rake myself, but I didn't want to traumatize the crew.
That's something we're looking into, but it doesn't seem like he knows much. He might be better served as bait. For now, we'll keep him in the brig. Perhaps you could pay him a visit there sometime? I'm sure he'd be pleased to see you.
I risked my cover to do it, so you better appreciate it.
I do. I know it's a delicate tightrope, and it doesn't go unnoticed that you're risking your own life to walk it. Oh, one more thing before we move on. For transparency's sake, you should know we were the ones that hired Eclectic to attack Neva's ship. There was concern after what happened with the Regana that you might have trouble earning Neva's trust. Coming to her rescue.
So we just killed more people? Ah. So, we saved the guy, but then we just killed a shitload of Eclectic, so I guess no one cares about Eclectic.
They are mercenaries for hire. If they are paid enough money, Eclectic would attack the Vigilance. It wasn't terribly difficult to convince them to attack an isolated Crimson Fleet ship. Just expensive. Ah, so I take it you have good news. Were you able to join the fleet? Then it worked. You're in. Sounds like everything is going as expected. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet. The woman has a record that could stretch across Sol and back. She started young as one of Neon's street rats, and worked her way up to second in command. She's a force to be reckoned with, so don't underestimate her. Yes, you passed your first test and you're still alive. But before we get too confident, that either means she suspects nothing, or she intends to make an example of you later. Just remember, these are ruthless criminals, so don't let your guard down.
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning. You should proceed with caution,
pirate.
regardless of how well you think.
Weren't they just talking about how stupid the pirates are earlier?
For you on Neva's agenda.
Lie about Neva. How would you lie about Neva? I guess? Start becoming a Crimson Fleet pirate?
Where you'll meet Delgado, no doubt.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet.
Like, they don't know where the
I have a
Crimson Fleet
profile
base
here with
is.
some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now, especially while you're on the key. This will also give us
we just
time
went
to
back
bolster
and
our
met him
defenses
across the system,
should
so...
we need to engage with the fleet in the future.
Yeah.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew.
Don't mind me, I'm before I go and meet in your base, guys, I'm just gonna fly across the solar system and meet with my handlers over here. Meet with the UC. Don't mind. Don't mind it.
Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports. Dismissed.
Okay. Travel the key.
Back in basic training, I had the record for fleet kills.
I haven't seen my family.
Things are progressing rather
Oh.
quickly. I'm sure the commander
You get to
is
ask about
pleased.
her personal life again?
Two reasons. First, Commander Akande's playing this operation extremely close to the vest. That means keeping prisoners under his own roof until this is resolved. Second, this is an undercover mission. For our safety and yours, we need to keep these prisoners out of the spotlight. That's right. It's something we've requested a while ago, in preparation for a future conflict with the fleet. Once we finalize everything and run a few tests, we'll have the defenses needed for a jump to the Crick system when the time comes. Sure, we have a database of profiles you can read, which should help you ingratiate yourself with the group. However, the profiles are a guide, not gospel. Use what you can, fill in the blanks, and play off that. I imagine when you're done, you'll be able to generate far more accurate profiles than what we have in our system. The system was originally called Alpha Ophiuchi, until a flag was planted there by Jasper Crix, the founder of the Crimson Fleet. Since it was crucial that space travelers avoided that system, navigators marked it as Crix on star maps as a warning. They could have just as easily labeled it Crimson Fleet, so I'm guessing the pirates themselves were responsible for spreading their leader's name. Over the years, people forgot the system's original designation and started calling it the Crix system. It's been that way ever since.
That's a namesake. Yeah.
Good luck on the key.
Who he is now.
Wherever the Crimson Fleet go, we'll follow. Lieutenant Toft is as organized as they come. You can be sure she'll keep our...
Okay. I guess we can go visit the prison? Where's that? Asshole's missing.
The fleet call us sharks.
I don't know if you eventually can open these doors or if this is just a permanent thing. One of the few places we can visit on the ship is actually one of the... places you're not supposed to visit.
If you're taking a walk through our little aquarium, feel free to tap the glass. They hate it when you do that.
We'll keep the brig ready for any pirates you bring in.
Like, definitely stuff you eventually can do. They wouldn't actually go through the effort of putting in doors and stuff like this if you actually use it some way. Probably has something to do with, like a reverse double agent thing.
Welcome to the brig. As a member of SysDef, you may talk with the prisoners as long as you are mindful of operation security. As a personal rule, I simply ask that you adhere to UC Navy standards of cleanliness at all times. That means no mud on your boots, your hands are washed, and you are free of any contagious diseases. Besides the fact that it's healthier, a sanitary brig is important for station security. In my experience, a prisoner will hide a shiv under a flake of dust if you let them. The cleaner a space is, the easier it is to spot irregularities.
True.
Both inside the cell and out. I trust your Commander Ikande's undercover mole. I understand the lack of hygiene is part of the cover. So, lucky for you, you're an exception to my usual rule. But try not to abuse the privilege. We have multiple turrets attached to the ceiling. If you've met Ensign Betty, she's personally calibrated them to ensure they cover the entire area. That being said, firing the turret should be considered a last resort. He's a good man, singularly focused when it comes to the fleet. But that's not to say he doesn't care about his crew. I can tell you a story as an example if you'd like to hear it. So, I'm a bit of a workaholic, and I forget to...
Life stories?
One day, Commander Ikande passes by the brig and sees me at my desk. He takes one look at my haggard face and says, "Officer, I'm headed to the mess hall. If you're not with me in 15 minutes, your services will no longer be required on my ship." I tried to protest, but he was dead serious. So I went. We had lunch, talked about old times, and I went back to the brig, refreshed and ready to work. It's little things like that. You can see he pays attention, and that he cares about the people, not just the work.
Yeah.
No, the prisoner surrendered willingly, as per the terms of your deal. This is probably the safest place for him, if the fleet want him dead. You can chat with him, if you haven't already. I'm sure he has a lot to say.
Yeah.
You're dismissed.
You're dismissed. I was talking to you, not the other way around, right? Yeah.
That's spectacular.
Thought you'd appreciate it. Buddy.
I guess you think I have some sad story to tell? That I met some sick orphans on New Homestead and grew a conscience? Or maybe you're the cynical type, and you think I turned a new leaf because I wanted SysDef to go easy on me. The truth is a bit more complicated than that.
Truth is always complicated, that's why no one wants to hear it.
Exactly. But we've got time, so why don't you indulge me? You see, at my age, you know who you are. And I've always been a thief. I'd swipe a cred stick for my own mother if it had enough zeros on it. But even in a group of cred-hungry thieves, a man has to have a code. Rules. I do. You finish a job, it's supposed to be done. You get the rush and the relief. But in the fleet, doing the job isn't the hard part. In the fleet, you gotta worry about the guy sleeping next to you, and if he's gonna take a bigger piece of the pie. You gotta wake up the next morning and wonder why your slice is missing and the crumbs are stuck to his face. Yeah, I've had some work done. If you got the Crimson Fleet on your back, you would too. As for the name, that was actually the hard part. You can use 100 different aliases and the system will just add them to the list. Now you can pay a guy to delete the list, but nothing's ever really gone forever. Neva probably paid the same guy to hit rewind, and here we are.
They'd have to be able to track you some. How the fuck would that even work? Like, there's just a list of people, and you always change your name, and it's always the same no matter what, because you're always in the same. Like, if you change your identity, what? like what? You just go to a system where no one's at, and it doesn't even matter, and then you re-register when you go to the UC, and then all of a sudden you're a new person. That doesn't make sense unless you have some sort of chip or something in you that tracks you. What?
Well, for one, they don't have much in the way of loot, but they're still important to somebody. You can't.
There's plenty of systems that aren't in UC control, right? FC systems or just neutral.
A 10-inch stack of slates on his desk. But more importantly, do-gooders are predictable. The pirate code changes depending on who's reciting it. Honest folks, they have a habit of writing their rules down. Why did I join the Regana? Truth is, I just wanted a good night's sleep. And put a bigger target on my back? As far as I'm concerned, the brig is the safest place I can be.
I mean, he seems like the type that would enjoy.
Private room, you're basically telling everyone here that I'm a rat.
Basically enjoys living on the edge, right? And being next to people that he can trust after he turncoats. I mean, didn't he already turncoat, right? Yeah. Well, he's alive. So there's that. My guess is we're going to be filling more of these cells. Good. Hence why this place actually exists in the first place. Writing with a pistol, guys. I still can't pickpocket him. Very weird. What's up? Can't pickpocket you either.
Greetings, Captain.
The cock. There we go. Okay. We are going to save here, guys. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more Starfield. Continue on with the UC storyline. I guess the UC Pirate storyline here. See where that goes. We still have the Region Industries to finish, too. Lots of good stuff coming up here. Maybe check out some new mods or something and see what's happening with that. But we're going to call things here this morning, guys. A little bit of shorter stream, but that's because my sleep schedule is all sorts of fucked up, as is the stuff I'm working on. So, not fucked up, but I just have real-life work that takes precedence over streaming. So, makes me the money, guys. Gotta do the do, not stream. Righto, guys. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the chillax, you enjoyed the boobas, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night North America time. You stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. But I'm out here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more of Starfield. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.